Okay. Kita akan mulalah sekarang ya. So good morning to everyone.
Morning,
Welcome
Prof.
to KMF 6013. Boleh dengar tak?
Boleh.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah? Okay. So I'm Dr. Hong. So saya dah retired sebenarnya from Faculty Science Cognitive dan Pembangunan Manusia lebih kurang few years dah. Okay. So I'm very happy to be back at least for this online session untuk kursus ini. Sebelum saya retire, I was teaching this course lah. Right. So the course coordinator, of course, is Dr. Fatiha. So if you have the course outline, I will be teaching Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 10. Okay. So kursus ini in all ada 10 units lah, ada 10 units. So I will be doing the Unit 1, Unit 2, and Unit 10. And then kalau dari segi assessment, there will be a mid-sem, there will be a final exam, and then there will be assignment 1 and assignment 2. So Dr. Fatihah, I think will give you more details later on lah tentang assessment ini ya. So just to know, you dah ambil belum kursus research methodology? Dah lepas belum? Atau belum lagi?
Belum, Prof.
Belum Okay, right. Tak apa. So nanti kalau masa saya dah mula nanti, if you have any question, you just let me know lah. So saya akan stop dan kita boleh buat tanyalah pertanyaan tentang kursus ini ya.
Sure, Prof.
Ya, okay. So saya akan share saya akan share PowerPoint dulu ya. Okay. So as I said, I will be doing Unit 1 and Unit 2 of this course. So kalau Unit 1, we will cover some important concept yang berkaitan statistics. And most important is you must be able to know the types of variables and the levels of measurement for variables. Nanti kita akan dalami. Tetapi yang penting ialah dua ni jenis variable, type of variables dengan levels of measurement for variables. So these two concepts will be very important for your later on of the courses. And then the second part of Unit 1, we will try to do some hands-on on SBSS, which is a statistical package which you will use for this course for your data entry and data analysis. After we finish Unit 1, then we will cover Unit 2. Unit 2 will include, after you have entered the data into SBSS, you need to screen to make sure that our data is clean. No error in our data. And then we need to learn some methods of transforming the data. Right? The two important ones that we will cover is recoding and computing. And then we will learn how to select cases, which we need for our analysis, split and aggregate our data file. And lastly is how to import data from either a text file or an Excel. Sometimes the data may be available in an Excel file. Then we need to know how to import the data from Excel format into our SBSS. So any questions so far? So this is what we need to cover today. Is that all right?
Okay, Prof.
Okay. Okay, good. All right, so we start off with this. Why are we doing this course? Why are we studying statistics here in this course? All right. Basically, we are studying statistics here for three main purposes: to develop our critical and analytical thinking skill, to be able to become consumer of articles, journal articles, right? Because one of the requirements for this course will be at the end of the day, you will need to do a research project, right? To do a research project, you must be able to read what other people have done, right? So that's for example, on the screen on the right here, right? The articles that you read will come with a lot of numbers, statistics. So hopefully by the end of this course, you will understand what the authors write in their journal articles. And lastly, you must be able to do your own research and come up with your own report. So you come up with your own thesis. Okay, so this is the three key points that we hope to achieve from this course. Now, before we start, we go through some important terms, important terms that you will encounter along the way. For example, you will hear about quantitative research and qualitative research. Okay? Now, usually when we say quantitative research, we want to test theory. We want to examine relationship between variable. And usually it will involve a big data set, we call large sample. And the data that we collect will usually be in numerical form, numbers, numbers. And from these numbers, we look for patterns and we look for cause and effect. Now, qualitative on the other way, and on the other hand, they're more on exploring idea, gaining more reason behind certain things. The why do we see this kind of phenomenon? And usually it will involve non-numerical data. So text, interview, you got text, or you take video of observation in the classroom, those sort of things. Okay, so quantitative, usually it is numbers and big data set, right? Qualitative, usually few sample, but it goes deeper. You will do interviews, you will sit in a training program and video the training program, those sort of things. Right? So in quantitative research, usually we look towards looking for differences, making prediction, studying relationship. You will see later on when we move into inferential statistics. Basically, in this course, this is the three things that we do. We look for differences between groups. We look for relationship between variables. And also we try to use certain variables to predict another variable. Right? So that is what we aim to achieve with quantitative research. Now we look at an example here. Right? Let's say we've done a study, and the study shows that individuals with low education level and below average income are less likely to vote compared to those that are highly educated and richer. So this one usually we will do with quantitative research. But this quantitative research will tell us that this is the result. But what is the reason behind it? We have to go deeper. Why do they absent themselves from voting? Is it because they do not feel represented? They feel that the system does not work for them? Or is it because they don't have the information and knowledge that make them go for voting? So qualitative, go deeper into the reason. Quantitative, just do the testing based on numerical data. Another example, you may do a study quantitatively, and the students, we found that students in poor neighborhood will do less well in exam than students in wealthy neighborhood. So that is quantitative. Then we need to do qualitative to dig deeper in. Right? Okay, we know that they are disadvantaged. So do they know what are the students thinking? Are this student thinking that the education system is not helping them? It just perpetuates this inequality? Or we want to go further and ask them, under what circumstances can they improve their test result? Or because of always failing, they get fed up and quit the education system? So those will be qualitative research questions. All right, so usually in quantitative, we will say we want large sample size. Now, usually in statistics, when we say large sample size, actually we say n more than 30. But n more than 30 doesn't mean that the total is 30. So let's say, for example, if you compare 3 groups of students, then it will be 30, 30, 30 of each group, not 30 for all the 3 groups. Okay, so later on, you will learn that this is because when n is more than 30, you satisfy a statistic theorem called central limit theorem. Okay, but of course, n more than 30 is just the, how to say, minimum threshold. It can be more. Some even say that a sample that constitutes 10% or more of the population, then we can consider is a large sample size. Later on, you may see that sometimes we determine sample size. We have a table actually. If you have confidence level of how much, if you can estimate what is the population size, then you can know an estimate of what is the number of sample that we need. Okay, later on we'll go into more detail on this now, right? Sample size. So first thing we need to know is there is a difference between quantitative and qualitative research. So in this course, what we are interested in is quantitative. So when we say quantitative, then we are interested in data that are basically numerical, numbers, huh? Okay, but before that, then the next thing we need to understand is variables, right? Variables. Variables is important because that is the basic unit of research. So if you have any question, you just tell me and I'll stop, okay? Now, basically, we define variables as any characteristics that can take on different values. For example, height. Everybody's height is different, right? So height is a variable. Age. Everybody's age is different. So age is a variable. Test score is a variable. Job satisfaction is a variable. So variable is any values that changes. Okay? You compare that with pi. Everybody studied maths before, right? You know pi, right? 3.14, 22/7. So that is a constant. All right? Boiling point is 100 degrees Celsius. So that is a constant. All right? But test score, your test score may be 50, another person may be 60, 70 in this course, for example. So test score is what we call as a variable. Now, variables ada banyak jenis again. Right? In this course, you must be able to differentiate between the most important one is independent variable and dependent variable. Right? If you read Malay book, then it's what? Pemboleh ubah tidak bersandar and pemboleh ubah bersandar. Okay? Independent means it's one that is fixed. For example, gender will be your independent variable. Right? Teaching method will be your independent variable. So teaching method can affect how well you do in a test, for example. So then your test score will be your dependent variable. Now, in the example that I give in the slide, it says, let's say we design a study to test whether changes in room temperature can affect students' max test course result. So in this case, our independent variable is room temperature. Room temperature will have an effect on the test score. So the test score will be the dependent variable. Now, this independent variable, we can manipulate. So we can have a room that is, we put the aircon on full blast. We can have a room that we put the aircon maybe 20 degrees. We can have a room that no aircon like that. So the temperature we can adjust. So we can manipulate. So this independent variable can be manipulated, right? Now the dependent variable is also called the outcome variable. What happens when we change the room temperature? What happened to the max score? So this max score become our dependent variable. Is that right? Now another example. What is the impact of a new medication on patient's blood pressure? Yang ada high BP lah, hypertension. If we want to investigate a new medication, again, we can manipulate this independent variable. We can have a new medication, we give it at a high dose. A new medication, we give it at a low dose. And usually we call this a placebo group. Placebo means you bagi sugar tablet lah. Tipu punya sugar tablet. Or control group. So in another situation, you can have, let's say, training using computer. Training without computer. So that is your independent variable. After we do that, then we measure the blood pressure of participant in this three group. So our blood pressure become our dependent variable. Right? If we put it in diagram, then it becomes like this lah. Independent variable is our type of treatment. Low dose medication of the new medication, high dose of the placebo. Right? Placebo means it's either the old medicine or a sugar tablet, for example. Then we measure our dependent variable, the blood pressure. So if there is no change, that means low dose of the new medication, no good. If blood pressure is lower here, then high dose of the new medication is good lah. Then placebo, we expect nothing to happen, right? Because it's just sugar tablet. All right. Now, there is another type of independent variable which we cannot manipulate. The common one will be gender, educational level, income level. That is existing characteristics, right? if you are born a male, you are a male, right? I cannot manipulate you to become a female, right? So this is independent variable, which we call a subject variable, but it's still an independent variable. The only difference with just now the experimental one is that one we manipulate. This one we cannot manipulate because it's existing, right? If you earn 10,000, you earn 10,000. If you are what, Malaysia, we use what, B40, M40, T20, right? If you are there, you are there, right? I cannot change you from T20 to B40, B40 change you T20, cannot. Okay, so those are still independent variable, but cannot be manipulated. Right? In other words, we cannot randomly assign you to become B40, M40, T20 macam tu. Okay? So there is no random assignment into the three group of B40, M40, T20. Okay, later on in research method, you will learn that when you cannot randomly assign people into groups, then our experiment become quasi-experimental. Okay, later on, this one you will learn in research method. So for example, we want to know whether gender identity affects neural responses to infant cry. So di sini our independent variable cannot be manipulated. Kita panggil dia subject variable lah, tak apa. And it was the gender atau the sex of the participant. Basically, male, female, man, woman. The dependent variable is we will record their brain activity responses when they hear infant cry. So that is our brain activity response become our dependent variable. Maybe men, they see baby cry, nothing happen, no response in their brain. Versus woman, right? Baby cry, then they get worried, excited, brain activity change. Okay? So let's say we look at some more example. Do tomato grow fastest under fluorescent, incandescent, or natural light? So that means kita sekarang ada independent variable will be our type of lighting lah. Right? Fluorescent ka, incandescent ka, natural light. Type of light is our independent. Our dependent variable will be tomato punya plant punya growth. Maybe they grow 10 inch ka in 1 week. I don't know. I don't plant tomato, so I'm not very sure. What is the effect of intermittent fasting on blood sugar level? So IV will be presence of essence of intermittent fasting. Dependent will be blood sugar level. Kita measure dia punya blood sugar level. Or maybe in your HRD case, the last one. To what extent does remote working increase job satisfaction? So our IV, usually I say IV lah, IV short form lah, IV, independent variable. Our IV will be whether they work remotely or they work in the office. Our dependent variable will be self-report of job satisfaction. Okay, now that is the most common variable that you need to know. When you do a research, you must be able to classify your independent variable and dependent variable. Okay, now there are other type of variables. The first type that I will talk to you about is called give in HRD, boleh. Let's say you want to see whether job satisfaction is affected by your pay. We want to do a study and we want to see whether a worker's or an employee's job satisfaction is caused by just now what did I say? Job satisfaction, income that he received. So the income that we receive or your pay will be your independent variable. Job satisfaction will be your dependent variable. Huh? No share option annotate. Okay. Let's say for example, just give me 1 minute. Okay. For example, we want to do a research that looks at how income affect job satisfaction. Okay. So in this case now, which one will be our IV? Our IV will be income. Okay, maybe I can divide my income into low, medium, high. Then my DV will be job satisfaction. So job satisfaction, I will, how to say, use a 5-item questionnaire. Alright. You know what is questionnaire, right? Semua pernah jawab kan soal selidik, ah? So the 5-item questionnaire would be something like this. I am very happy with my work, for example. So then you have strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. Right? Or I can have I hope to continue in my job. And again, you have strongly agree, neutral, disagree, strongly disagree. Is that right? So, ada lagi lah. Let's say you have 5 questions in total. Okay. So these 5 questions, the outcome, the answer that you take will become my job satisfaction. Then I will ask you for your income. Maybe I will ask like low could be 2,000 to 4,000. Medium can be 4,001 to 6,000. High could be more than 6,001 per month. Is that right? So this is how we, in every research, we need to be able to classify our variable into independent variable and dependent variable. Okay, let's try to think of another example. Okay, how does lighting in an office affect job stress? So in this case, kita punya IV apa? Lighting lah kot. Huh? Can be what? Bright, normal, dim, for example, gelap sangat. Right? So your DV will be job stress level. Right? Again, usually job stress level, then kita ada a series of statements to measure our job stress level. Right? So far okay tak? If not, you just give me a text there saying not okay.
Okay, doctor.
All right. So if okay, then we can continue. Remember, when we do statistical test, yang penting is IV dengan DV, independent variable dengan dependent variable. But you need to know there are also other type of variable, and what are they actually? Okay. Now, one common one is what we call as extraneous variable. Extraneous variable is variable yang kita tak minat, but can influence our outcome variable. Okay. So in quantitative study, then we try to control for extraneous variable. So that dia tak kacau kita punya outcome. For example is lighting, kita boleh control kan. Katakan job satisfaction, job stress macam tu, we can control lighting, we can control noise level, we can control room temperature, for example. So this is called extraneous variable. Variable yang boleh mempengaruhi kita punya outcome variable, dependent variable, tapi kita tak minat punya, dan kita boleh control punya. Okay, so usually how do we know about all these extraneous variable? You kena baca past study, literature. So you have to do that's why you have to do a literature review. Literature review means you baca apakah past study kata tentang soalan kajian kamu. Then you will know which is the extraneous variable. Now, another variable is that you will hear of is confounding variable. Confounding variable ni is also extraneous variable. Tapi kita panggil dia confounding sebab kita tak dapat control. Kita tak dapat control dia. For example, participant kita semalam tak dapat tidur, cannot sleep. Participant last night quarrel with the wife, right? Or participant fall sick. So participant got scolded by the client. So these are also extraneous variable which can affect the dependent variable or outcome variable. But in this case, we cannot control for it proactively. We cannot think of it in advance and control for it. So we call it confounding variable. So basically extraneous dengan confounding variable adalah variable which we are not interested in, but can affect the dependent variable. The difference between the two is one we can control. Kita tahu kita boleh control. The confounding one, we cannot control it. Is that okay? Okay, so these two, no statistic can help you lah. This one is when you are doing your study, you can control for extraneous. Hopefully, tak ada confounding because you cannot control. Now the other two, this one statistic pun ada. Right? Mediating variable dengan moderating variable. So some supervisor will ask you to do a mediating effect. Some supervisor will ask you to do moderating. Ini statistik boleh buat. SBSS boleh buat. So mediating dengan moderating ni dia sikit beza. Mediating ni dia sebenarnya is one of the cause of the effect. Right? For example, kalau you language deficit, tahu language deficit ya, language tidak bagus, then dia akan affects you punya confidence dalam komunikasi. Okay, so there is an effect between language deficit and communication confidence. But language deficit juga dia boleh indirectly affect you punya confidence. Bila you ada language deficit, you shy lah, no? You malu untuk bercakap. So bila you malu untuk bercakap, dia akan affect you punya confidence untuk berkomunikasi. So in this case, kita panggil ini mediation. Jadi dalam case mediation, there is one that we call direct effect, one that we call indirect effect. Direct effect means language deficit directly affect confidence. Language deficit juga boleh indirectly melalui shyness affect confidence. So if you have this kind of situation, then kita panggil ini mediation, then shyness ini become our mediator variable. This is IV, this is DV, this is our mediator. You get it? This is still your IV will cause a DV. But sometimes your IV doesn't go direct like this. It can also go indirectly through another variable. So the indirectly here kat sini, dia jadi mediator variable. Now, moderator ni dia lain pula. Stress can cause depression. Betul tak? So there is IV is stress, cause DV depression. So IV direct to DV. But then we have a moderator variable called social support. So this social support, dia boleh modify the strength of the relationship between stress dengan depression. Kalau seorang itu dia ada good social support, maybe the family support dia ke, ada rakan sekerja support dia. So even though dia ada stress, because ada social support, depression dia akan lebih rendah. Satu lagi pekerja lain, dia tak ada social support. So stress tinggi, depression juga akan lebih tinggi. Kalau ada social support, stress tinggi, tak semestinya depression tinggi. Sebab ada social support, depression dia akan rendah. So in this case, kita panggil social support sebagai moderator. Dan kita kata, high social support can reduce the negative impact of stress. Low support will allow stress to heighten depression. So, moderator dia akan mengubah kekuatan hubungan antara IV dengan DV. Right? Or it's a social support or the moderator variable will modify the strength of the relationship between the independent and the dependent variable. Mediating pula, mediating ini the part of the problem dia. Right? You either go direct from IV to DV, or there is an additional path, IV through the mediator affect the dependent variable. Okay, so dari segi statistics, mediator, moderator, statistik boleh analisis. Confounding extraneous is outside the scope of statistics. You have to plan your study to exclude the extraneous, and hopefully there is no confounder in your study later on. Tak ada orang jatuh sakit lah, tak ada orang berkelahi lah sebelum answer you punya questionnaire, that sort of thing. Alright, is everyone still okay? Otherwise, now this is the most important part now. We need to know this before we can go further. So you need a pause.
Yeah, okay, doctor.
If not, I will Pardon?
Okay.
Okay. Kalau okay, kita akan continue. Now you must pay attention. This is the most important one. Measurement level of a variable. Now variable ni bila kita ukur, when we measure a variable, we can measure at 4 levels. We can measure at what we call as nominal level, ordinal level, interval level, and ratio level. 4, nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. Now, we need to know this because when we enter data into SBSS, SBSS will ask us what level it is. That's number 1. Number 2, we need to know the level because different level, you guna different statistics. For example, kalau you measure at the level of ratio and interval, we will use the mean and the standard deviation. If you measure at the level of ordinal, kita akan guna median. If you measure at nominal level, kita guna frequency or mode. Later on, you'll learn what is mean, median, and mode lah. Okay, but just to tell you, why we need to know the level, because different level, you guna different type of statistical analysis. But number 2, when you enter data into SBSS, slide, I think Dr. Fatihah dah letak dalam ellipse kan? Can you check your ellipse?
But the slides is different, Doctor.
Right? How come the slide is different? It's not this slide?
I also couldn't find this slide.
Right? Dr. Fatihah says it's inside there. Never mind. Then never mind. Later on, I will make sure that Dr. Fatihah double check kat mana dia letak slide ni ya. Okay. Alright.
Sure, Doctor.
You just have a look at the slide now lah, huh? I thought she put it. Wait, I double check. Where did she say she put it? Yeah, he said he put it. He put it in dashboard. Okay, never mind. But you can see the slide, right? Can you see the slide? Later on, I will get her to give you the slides. Is that all right? Yes. Okay. Okay. You see first, huh? Later on, I will ask her to give you the slides. Right now, as I said, there is 4 levels of measurement: nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio. Okay, so the lowest level is nominal. This is the lowest, paling rendah. Basically, we only use it to categorize things. There is no ranking whatsoever. For example, we can just say gender. You all know gender, right? Gender in our Asian context, you only have male or female. Betul tak? Malaysian context If Western context, dia ada lebih lah. So in Malaysian context, we only have male and female. Now, as I said, in statistics, usually we try to use number. So then I will usually say 1 represent male. Later on, you'll see in SPSS, I will do like that. 1 represent male, 2 represent female. Is that okay? Now, everybody knows some maths, right? 2 is larger. 2 is larger than 1, right? So in this case, can we say female is better than male? Than male? Can we say that? Cannot,
No.
right?
Cannot.
No. Cannot, no. So the number 1 and 2 here has no ranking, no meaning. We only use it for categorization. Okay, another example, let's say job designation, right? You can have manager, supervisor, let's say lah, manager, supervisor, what else? Let's say in a supermarket, then you have the storekeeper, let's say, store person, for example. Right, let's say in a supermarket, right, job designation. Then I can have, again, I call this one 1. Oops, sorry. Supervisor 2, store person 3. Again, this number has no meaning. Okay, the numbers 1, 2, 3 has no meaning. Okay, basically it is just to categorize atau classify people. So this is called nominal. Now the second one is ordinal. Ordinal ni dia categorize and there also ada ranking. So the most common type is our Likert scale tadi lah. You know what is Likert scale tadi? Likert scale Likert scale. We call this Likert scale. You have a statement and then you ask people to say whether they strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree. So now we have ranking. 1, strongly agree. Oops. 2, agree. 3, disagree. 4, strongly disagree. So if the answer is 4, then we know that the person strongly disagree with this statement. If it is 1, strongly agree with this statement. In between, there is a order. Makin tinggi nombor, makin disagree. Correct? Bigger number, disagree more. Betul tak? There is a ranking. Same also for educational level. We can have what? Educational level, we can have primary school, secondary school, pre-U, degree, undergrad lah, undergrad, postgrad, something like that, right? So again, if I give number 1, primary, 2, secondary, 3, pre-U, 4, undergrad, 5, postgrad, for example. All right, now in this case, again, the number has a ranking order. Bigger number, higher level of education. Betul tak? Right, somebody that has 5 means he has higher education than somebody with 1. So they are the order. The only thing is the interval is unequal or unknown. Right, for example, primary to secondary. Kita tak tahu, primary maybe dia finish darjah 5 ke? Darjah 4 ke? Darjah 6 ke? secondary dia finish tingkatan 4 ke, tingkatan 5 ke, tingkatan 3 ke. So 1 to 2 punya interval, 2 to 3 punya interval, dia punya jarak tak sama. Pre-U pun ada banyak jenis, asasi, matrikulasi 1 tahun, matrikulasi 2 tahun, STPM 2 tahun. So the distance between each number or each level tak sama, unknown or unequal. The third level is interval. Alright, now interval is things like temperature, IQ score, test score, those kind of things. Satisfaction level. Now you see, the most important one is you have to know this, okay? You be careful with this, Likert scale, kalau satu item, let's say I love to eat durian. Strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. Kalau satu item, this is ordinal. Betul tak? Dia ada ranking. Tapi the interval between the rank kita tak tahu. Kita tak jelas. Likert scale, kalau satu item. Kalau kita sum, tahu sum tak? Jumlahkan. Sum, or puratakan. Average. You know what is average, right? Let's say 3 items. Likert scale. Then it become interval. Right? Maksudnya, let's say saya ada, I love to eat durian. I love to eat rambutan. I love to eat manggis. So if 4, 4, 4, I add up, I get 12. So if I get 12, then I can summarize it as saying, I love to eat local fruit. Boleh? Then when we sum up, kalau dia letak 4, 4, 4, I get 12. 12 means, disagree. Kalau 12 means dia tak suka local fruit. Now, if I love to eat durian, I love to eat rambutan, I love to eat manggis. Satu, satu, satu. Kalau saya jumlahkan, saya dapat 3. 3 of strongly agree. Berarti, I love local fruit. Do you get what I mean? Alright. So, if one item, we will consider it as ordinal. Kalau kita jumlahkan atau kita puratakan responses to 3 or 4 or 5 item, then kita akan katakan this score become interval. This is the concept that you need to understand in SBSS and also in research. One Likert scale is considered ordinal. A sum or an average of a few items in a Likert scale become an interval scale. Now, interval ni dia ada equal intervals. That means the difference between 10 degree and 20 degree is the same as the difference between 60 degree and 70 degree. The difference between 10 marks to 20 marks is the same as the difference between 60 marks to 70 marks. The only difference that we have between interval and ratio is the term yang kita panggil as true zero. See the word here, true zero. True zero means that if it is zero, it means that that does not exist. So let's say IQ lah. Katakan you IQ dapat kosong ah. Does this mean you are totally stupid? Or in a test score, you get 0. Does it mean that you have no knowledge? Not necessary, right? Maybe you study chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, or chapter 6. Exam come out chapter 5. So you tak boleh buat the exam. You get 0. But you may know something, right? The one that you know is chapter 5. The lecturer does not test chapter 5. So we say there is no true 0. Right? Compare that to weight, age, height. If I say that your age is 0, what does it mean? Right? If I say that your age is 0, you tak exist lah. Correct? You haven't been born yet. Your age is 0. Right? If your height is 0, imply you tak exist juga. Ada orang yang height 0 meter, tak ada kan? Ada orang punya weight 0 kilogram, tak ada kan? So if the only difference between interval and ratio is the existence of the word of the term true 0. Kalau ratio, there is a true 0. True 0 means if that thing is 0, it means you don't exist. It doesn't exist. Right? But in, let's say, in HRD research, if you say based on a self-answered Likert scale questionnaire, you have 0 stress. Tak semestinya kan? Right? Because that is self-report. Huh? Okay, so this 0 is not a true 0. Right? Sama juga. Test score is 0. Does not mean you don't know anything. Huh? Maybe what you study does not come out. Or maybe you misunderstand the test question. Something. So this is the 4 level of measurement. Very important that you must know. Nominal, ordinal, interval, dengan ratio. Now the good thing is that in SBSS, these two is combined as scale. SBSS called interval and ratio as scale. So in SBSS, you use the term scale instead of interval or ratio. So dua-dua ni in SBSS, they will be called scale. Right? And basically, interval and ratio uses the same statistical analysis. Right? Okay. Interval dengan ratio, basically, they will use the same statistical analysis. The only difference one is nominal, ordinal, dengan these two combined. They're Basel. Okay. This one, you can look at it yourself. Now, sometimes, if you read the statistic textbook, they also call the variable as categorical variable versus numerical variable. So categorical variable is basically your nominal dengan ordinal. Right? So nominal will be things like gender. Apa lagi? Location, e.g. apa tu? Urban, rural, macam tu. Right? Ordinal will be yang ada ranking, educational level. Likert scale, this kind of thing. And then numerical, actually they refer to interval dan interval and ratio. So under this one, they divide into continuous dengan discrete. Discrete means 1, 2, 3, like that. For example, how many child you have? How many children in the family? You tak boleh ada 1.5 kan? You tak boleh ada 2.5. You either have 1 children, 2 children, 3 children. There is no 1.5 children, 2.5 children. Okay? So this one kita panggil dia, even though the interval and ratio atau ratio, the ratio lah sebab 0 means no children. So the ratio, right? But because the number is 1, 2, 3 like that, kita panggil dia sebagai discrete. Now, continuous will be like height. Height. I can have like 1.7 meter, 1.75 meter, 1.8 meter, macam tu kan? 1.7 meter, 1.76 meter. So this 1.81 meter. So ini kita panggil sebagai still ratio, but it's a continuous numerical variable. So okay tak? Basically, some statistic book they call numerical dengan categorical. So basically categorical ni is nominal dengan ordinal. Numerical is your interval and ratio. But depending on if it is discrete, it will be like 1, 2, 3. There is no fraction, no decimal. If continuous, you can have fraction and decimal. Okay, this one I've gone through already. So now I will stop the PowerPoint for a while. I don't know if you got do you have the exercise or not? If not, then I'll have to show you the exercise. Then I want you to try these few questions. Okay, we'll share the question now. Okay, now this is the question. Just hold on. Okay, I'll give you some time. If you don't have the question, then you can read from here. I want you to see whether you can classify the level, because the most important thing that we need after this is we need to know the level of classification. Let's say I give you 5 minutes. If you have your own PDF file, you can look. If not, you try this one here. Is that okay? Okay, you found the slide in ellipse. This exercise should also be in the ellipse. So I'll give you, let's say, 5 minutes for you to try to go through this question.
Of question yang bawah sekali tak nampak dia punya answer.
Tak nampak, ah? Okay. It should also be in the ellipse, huh? So this file, at the end, I give you all the answers. So you can try it out on your own free time and you can check the answer. We will go through the questions once we are ready. Eh? So, are we ready? Let's look at number 1, 3A. In a HR survey, I tutup screen supaya tak kacau you. In a HR survey, employees are asked to identify their department: sales, marketing, engineering, human resource. The variable department is measured at which level? What do you think is the answer? Department ini, which consists of sales, marketing, engineering, HR. Which level?
Can I say P, Professor?
Nominal, right?
Yeah.
Good, nominal. Huh? Because if let's say I give it a number, 1 is sales, 2 is marketing, 3 is engineering, 4 is HR. So itu number tak ada erti. The number has no meaning. I cannot say that 4 is better than 3 is better than 2 is better than 1. Dia tak ada order, nothing. All right? Good. Nominal. It's just to put them into categories. Huh? Okay, B. As part of a 360-degree feedback process, managers are rated by their peers on leadership effectiveness. Okay? Using the scale 1 is poor, 2 is fair, 3 is good, 4 is excellent. So this is at what level of measurement? Nominal,
Ratio, I
ordinal,
think.
interval.
Ratio, D, ratio, I think.
No, this is ordinal only. Sebab the 0 there doesn't mean number 1 is dia hanya ada ranking saja. Dia hanya ada ranking saja.
Oh,
So it's only
ordinal.
1 is poor, 2 is fair, 3 is good, 4 is excellent. That means higher number means better. Lower number means poorer. Tapi between poor and fair, kita tak tahu. How poor is poor, how fair is fair, we don't know. Huh? Yeah? How good is good. So there is no way that we can know the interval punya equal atau tak equal. So this is ordinal only. Ordinal only, huh? Is that right? Ordinal macam strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree. Ataupun one refer to primary level of education, 2 is secondary level of education, 3 is tertiary level of education. So this is basically ordinal saja. Okay. Now see, annual salary of employee. Which level is this?
D ratio because that
Ratio.
can
It's between interval dengan ratio. Huh? It's between
ratio.
interval dengan ratio. So if we know it's between interval dengan ratio, kita hanya perlu cari zero. Absolute zero ada tak? Zero
Ada.
means nothing. Ada tak? In this case adalah. If your income is zero means you are not paid lah. Betul tak? So there is an absolute zero. There is a true zero. So when it's a true zero, we will measure it as a ratio lah. Right? True zero. True zero. Zero means no salary. Betul tak? Okay, D. You have a 7-point Likert scale. 1 strongly disagree, 7 strongly agree. Now, sorry, typo error. With, bukan AITH, WITH, with 5 items. We are using 5 Likert scale items to measure job satisfaction. Right? And how do we measure that? We sum up the score of the 5 Likert scale. Okay, we sum up. Okay, the important word here is we sum up the scores of the 5 items. Just now I already told you, kalau 1 Likert scale, kita panggil dia ordinal. Kalau kita sum up a few of the Likert scale, then we will call it at what level? We will call it at what level?
Interval.
Interval. All right, interval. This one is a very important concept, because in your research nanti, basically a lot of our research in HRD, you will need to do a questionnaire. Inside there will be this kind of Likert scale. So usually we will sum up or we will average up a few items to represent job satisfaction, or 4 or 5 items represent work stress, 4 or 5 items to represent something. So when you sum or average a Likert scale, then we will call that variable as a interval level measurement. Okay. Right. Now E. In a training evaluation, participants are classified by the type of training completed. New hire orientation, technical skill, leadership development. This variable is at what level? Again, 1, 2, 3 here has no actual meaning. It is at the No?
Nominal.
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 Nominal. All right. Now this is straightforward, easy one, huh? Now we go to a more difficult one. Let's say this question. Give you some times to look at this question. Okay. This question a bit longer lah. It's a bit longer. Take some time to read it. Right, so a HRD researcher is analyzing data from a large-scale employee engagement survey at a multinational corporation. There is 5 variables of interest: department, marketing, finance, operation, HR. Empowerment is a Likert scale, 1 item, single item. Respond to the statement, I have the authority to make decision to do my job effectively. 1 never, 2 rarely, 3 sometimes, 4 often, 5 always. This is Likert scale, 1 item. Job satisfaction, summated scale. Meaning, maksudnya kita akan jumlahkan, total up, summated. A composite, kita panggil composite means kita create a new score by summing up the responses to 10 7-point Likert scale. 10 7-point Likert scale. So, kalau dia start dengan 1 sampai 7. So, if semua orang jawab 1, 10 item will be 10. Kalau dia jawab 7 untuk semua, 10 item will be 70. So, the minimum score will be 10. Maximum score will be 70. Tahu macam mana dapat ni? Sebab you ada 1 hingga 7. Right? You have 1 to 7. The Likert scale will be 1, 2, 3, up to 7. So, kalau one of the respondent tick 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 10 kali, so the total score will be 10. Tak? Kalau the other respondent tick semua 7, 7, 7, 7, 7 untuk 10 soalan, so the maximum score is 10. So, kalau you ada 1, 2, 4, 5 macam tu, so the score will fall between 10 and 70. Performance rating, a supervisor rating of the employee performance on the score of 0 to 100. 0 is completely ineffective. 100 is exceptional. So tengok dia ada bracket lagi. Not based on actual measurable output. That means there is no output yang betul-betul dapat kita tengok. Alright, so it's basically based on the supervisor punya rating saja. Why this sentence is important? Because this is the one that will decide whether there is a true zero or there is no true zero, right? Training hours, the total number of hours of formal corporate training employee has completed in the past year. So let's go one by one. Department, what level? Nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. Anybody want to try?
I think nominal, Professor.
Nominal, good.
Thing to do with the
Nominal. Because 1, 2, 3 here will not give you any meaning. Huh? Just remember that. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4. If I give them as a number, the number has no meaning. Okay. Empowerment. One Likert scale. So is what level is this? Anybody want to try? Very easy. Once you see Likert scale, you must remember is what? Dia
Ordinal.
ada ranking. Dia ada ranking, so dia mesti ordinal.
Ordinal.
One.
Yeah.
Ordinal.
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 Ordinal. Because there is only, you see the stress is on single item.
Single item.
Okay. Job satisfaction. The keyword here is sum of Likert scale. Dia jadi sum of Likert scale. So remember, sum of Likert scale, kita panggil dia what level?
Interval.
Anybody want to try?
Interval, doctor.
Interval, good. You must.
Interval.
This is an important concept that we must remember. Interval. Once you Likert scale satu, ordinal. Sum it up, interval. Okay. Performance rating. This one will be between interval and ratio. So the only thing is true zero. Ada tak? Is there a true zero? Zero means does not exist. Macam 0 meter. Your height is 0 meter. You does not exist. Your weight is 0 kg. You do not exist. Your age is 0 years. You do not exist. So di sini, you see the keyword again here. Not based on actual output. It's just the supervisor rating. So is there a true zero or no true zero? Okay.
No
Here
true
there
zero.
is no true zero. Right? Because it's up to a supervisor, right? Another supervisor may interpret it, One supervisor may rate you 0. Another supervisor may rate you, let's say you have 2 supervisors. One supervisor may rate you 0, another supervisor may give you 10. Right? So because it's all their perception, 0 here may not mean that that characteristic does not exist. So there is no true zero. No true zero, then it will be interval. Training hour, is there a true zero? Is somebody's record in the company indicate that dia punya formal hours of training is 0? Does it? Then it means that he has not attended any formal training at that company, right? So there is a true 0. So kita panggil ini
Ratio.
Ratio.
So your correct answer will be what? A, B, C, D? I think it's B, right? Nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. The answer is B. Right? Okay. We try one more question, then we can proceed. Okay. The last question. So basically your exam question will be like this. If you get an easier one, it will look like the above one. If you get a more difficult one, it will look something like this. Okay? So I think your mid-sem will be MCQ. Your final will be a mix of MCQ and structured questions. Right? So the MCQ will be something like this. Either you get the easier one or you get a more challenging one. Right? Okay, question 5. Consulting firm is evaluating the effectiveness of leadership development program. So there are 5 variables, collected data for 5 variables. First one is leadership style. So they ask the participant to categorize their leadership style as autocratic, democratic, laissez-faire. 知道 laissez-faire 的? You know what is laissez-faire? If you learn this one, laissez-faire means doesn't care one, up to you. You want to do what also you can. Transformational. Okay, so what is the meaning of 1, 2, 3, 4 here? Any meaning? Or no meaning? Or ranking? So what do you think leadership style here will be? Nominal, ordinal, interval, or ratio?
Nominal, I think.
Nominal, good.
Connection.
Program usefulness. Participant will respond to a statement. 1, strongly disagree, 2, disagree, 3, neutral, 4, agree, 5, strongly agree. This one is what level?
It is a single item, I think. Ordinal.
Ordinal, correct.
Item.
Good. Leadership effectiveness.
Average
5 dimension. 5-point Likert scale of 5 items are average to create a mean score.
ratio.
Interval.
If this is the case, it will be what?
Interval.
Interval. Anytime you sum or you average Likert scale is interval. Now, next one is productivity.
Ratio.
Okay. The standardized metric team output measured 0 to 100, 0 no output, 100 maximum output based on industry standard. There is an industry benchmark, see? This one are the benchmark, you see the word benchmark. So 0 no output. Okay, so there is a true 0. So because there is a benchmark, they have to follow that benchmark. Not like just now, the supervisor just rate themselves. Ikut suka hati, ikut dia punya feelings, persepsi, right? So there is a true 0. So this will be ratio. Years of experience. This will be also ratio because 0 means no experience as a manager, right? So our answer will be nominal followed by ordinal, interval, ratio. Mana satu?
C.
Which one will be that?
C. Leaderships are nominal
Satu is nominal, ordinal,
and
interval,
interval, ratio.
ratio.
C.
Mana satu? Interval.
C lah, Profesor.
Sekejap,
Leadership
tak nampak
style.
jawapan. Notation. Nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. Answer is C, right?
C.
Betul tak?
Yeah.
Nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio. So our answer is C. Is that all right? So the rest of the question you can try on your own lah. But at the end of this file, I have given you the answer. If you think that my answer is wrong, then you send me an email lah. I double check. Maybe I give you the wrong answer. Okay? If you agree, then my answer is correct. If you disagree, you see me, then we will have a double check. Okay? Now, what is the time now? 4 o'clock. Do you need a toilet break, tea break, refreshment break for 5-10 minutes? Or
Yes,
you don't need?
Doctor.
Okay, so yes, let's say we take a 10-minute break and we start back at now is what time in Malaysia? 11, 10,
10:50.
10:50.
Yeah.
So we start back at 11 o'clock.
Okay,
Is
Doctor.
that right?
Okay.
Okay, go and have your tea break, toilet break, drink break. And we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Professor, can I scan my attendance?
So the next part of the session will involve SBSS. So whoever is still around, you can try to open your SBSS software ready so that later on you don't have to take time to open the software. It takes a while to open the software.
Professor?
Yeah, Jerry. How are
Yes.
you?
Now I couldn't install the SPSS. Anyway, I'll find one person to assist me later on.
Okay, okay. You haven't installed it?
Yeah, I try, but couldn't.
Not successful. Maybe you can get
Yeah.
one of your friends to help you.
Yes, sure. Previous friend.
But you can get the slides, right? Can you get the slides now?
Yes, Professor. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Good. The exercise and the slides.
Yes,
Because
Professor. I
if
got
you
it.
don't have the software with you, later on you can follow the slides. I put in all the screenshots so that you can follow the screenshot. But
Yeah.
it depends on the version that you are using. Right? So
I
some
think I
version
want
may
to
be
use the
slightly different.
26 one. Follow the instruction here.
You're using 26, is it?
Yeah.
Because the one the notes the picture that I include in the slide is the 31.
31.
I download the latest version,
I
31.
I go to the 31 lah.
So if it is lower, like 27, 26, maybe there's some slight differences lah. Dia punya location of the menu may be slightly different. You can still find it lah. Slowly, it will be there lah.
Okay. I try 31 lah later on. After this.
And the latest is 31 lah.
Okay.
Because the latest 31, saya pun cari yang 31 lah.
Very sorry, this morning I went at AM, but at the wrong room.
So also first time lama saya tak pakai this. Usually last time is all face to face on campus.
Yeah.
Nowadays after COVID, a lot of online new things coming out online.
Yeah.
Three more minutes to go.
After this, I
So
want to scan
this
my
cohort
attendance.
is the second semester. Is it? This is second semester or first semester?
My set is fifth semester, Professor.
Oh,
Because I
okay.
dropped this subject the second semester. I dropped it due to my health.
Okay.
Pressure, tension. I got hypertension like that. So the time
Oh,
in
yes, lah.
yeah.
Comes
So I
with
dropped.
comes with getting younger.
I'm almost 72 already. That's why
Oh,
my
you
memory become more not as
still good, Still good.
as much as
I'm
youngsters. Yeah,
I'm 62.
72.
You're
72.
72. I'm 10 years younger than you.
Well, yeah. I have nothing to do, so I try to do this.
Good lah, keep the brain working.
Yes. but after quite some time left in education, so I feel a bit handicapped.
Slowly lah. But it's never too late to learn something. I'm still learning. I'm still learning a lot of
Thank
things
you
every
for
time.
to give me encouragement. Thank you.
No problem. Yeah, this nowadays it's easier. I think older day when you get old, they don't allow you to study. Now, now at least in Malaysia now, they
Yeah.
they let us study even though we passed the age limit.
Yeah.
Not like the olden days.
To complete my study, and I want to try. I want to try further than this.
Yeah. Anything if you can't follow the slide, you give me an email and we'll see how.
But I think I do the research method. That's why I have some knowledge about this.
Okay. So some of those things you will have heard before lah. Research method,
Maybe in
they
the
will teach you independent variable, dependent variable, all those they will have taught
in
before.
the research method. Yeah.
Yeah.
Semester.
So
Except that
it's 11.
yeah, except that I cannot at the moment to install the SBSS only.
Okay, that one take time. Maybe you get somebody help you to install, then you can just follow the slide first. If you have any problem, then you can email us.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, Professor.
Right. I think it's 11 o'clock. I think it's 11 o'clock. Is everybody back? If everybody is
Yes.
back, then I can continue with the second part of Unit 1, which is using SBSS to key in our data that we have collected. If we have collected data, then we have to key into SBSS. And then subsequently after that, we will teach you how to analyze the data until the last unit, Unit 10. Okay? So I hope everybody is back. Then I will continue. It's 11 o'clock, I think. All right. So what is SPSS? Basically, it's just a software. It's just a software that people in the social sciences like education, HRD, counseling, we like to use SPSS to help us do our analysis on the numbers or numerical data that we have collected. Basically, SPSS stands for Statistical Packages for the Social Sciences, SBSS. So it has evolved from my time up to now. When I first started to use SPSS, we have to write programming procedures for it to run the data. So nowadays, it's more simpler. You will just click here, click there, move the variable here and there, and you will get the result. You don't have to type out the programming syntaxes. Of course, the syntax is still available, but most of the time we don't need to use it. We will just click the menu and we will get the result. So as of June 2025, I think no new releases yet. The latest version that we have is version 31. So those who have installed SPSS, you can start your SPSS. But as I said, all those screen captures that I put in the slide, they are based on version 31. So if you are using lower version, like I say 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, there may be slight differences. Okay, there may be slight differences, but I think you should still be able to find them. All right. So to start, basically, you either start from the start program or usually after you install, there will be an icon on your opening page. You just double click this, and then you will see this icon turn and turn and turn and turn. And then you will get this screen, and you just click at new data set or just press ESC, and you will reach the screen. All right. Those who have SBSS, you can run the program. Until you reach this one. Can you run your program until you reach this one? Those who have installed. Those who haven't, then you just have to see first. After you install, then you can try. After you have clicked the icon, then last, you will reach this screen. Okay. Have you all reached this screen? I will just wait for a while for you to boot up your SPSS. For those who have, those who don't have, then you just have to look at the demo. So basically, when you enter SPSS, you will be in this screen. You see at the bottom there? You see the bottom here? You see right at the bottom here? There is the word called data view. Okay, data view. So basically, you are now in the data view. Data view is the window in SPSS where you will enter your data. Okay, where you will enter your data. But we say the important one is, just now I teach you so many things, right? You must know the variable. You must know the level. So to key in the data, before you can key in the data, you must go to variable view. You see the bottom there? Now you are in data view. You need to click on variable view. Okay, now when you are in variable view, the screen is slightly different, right? You have name, type, width, decimal, label, value, missing, column, align, measure, row. You see this? Now this is variable view. So before you can key in any data, you must first define your variables. Okay, so before we can define variable, we'll go back to my PowerPoint. Okay, so when you start, you will be in the data view. You need to click variable view, and then you will go into variable view. Okay, this is default. Masuk start SPSS, you will be in data view. You need to click variable view, masuk into variable view. Variable view is where we will define our variable. So let's say we have done our survey. Okay, the questionnaire is in this file. If you have gone to Ellipse, you will find that there is a file called this. Basically nothing, it's just a questionnaire survey. All right, they say this is your survey. This is the question that you ask, or you ask the respondent to answer. The first question you ask them is their sex, male or female. Please tick whichever appropriate. So basically, our sex here will be nominal, correct? Sex will be nominal. Right? Sex will be nominal. Because if I give it numbers, Say I give 1 is male, 2 is female. The number has no meaning. Get it? But there is another thing in some, I think a few of the questions in the exercise, they are the trick sikit lah. Now in sex, instead of using 1 and 2, I key in as male, female, male, female. Do you get what I mean? Instead of using numbers, if I decide to enter my data as male, female, male, female, male, female, then this will be called a string in SPSS. In SPSS, if I enter as male, female, male, female, then basically in SPSS, this is called a string. Okay? If I enter as numbers 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, then it's a number, numeric. So depend on how I enter the data. If I decide to enter the data as 1, 2, 1, 2, 2 like that, then the data will be numeric. The level is nominal. If I decide to enter it as male, female, male, female, female, dot, 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 then in SPSS, this will be a string. Okay? But it's still nominal level lah, still nominal lah. So this is just, I think in some of the exercise question, trick question, if I say enter as raw data, that means I will enter as male, female, male, female, male, female. Then my answer will be string instead of number. If I say I enter it as 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2 like that, then it's a numeric nominal. Is that okay, everybody? So when you read the question in the exercise, you must think, am I entering the data in SPSS as 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2 like that? Or am I entering it as male, female, male, female, male, female, 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 male, like that? So if I enter as number, then in SPSS, we call this numeric. Level is nominal. If you enter as male, female, male, female, then it's string. Nominal. Okay? Ini cakap sajalah. In actual analysis, usually our preferred method is this lah. Usually we will want to do it this way lah. Okay? But sometimes sengaja lah in the exercise I put in question like this. Okay? This is only to test you only. Okay? If you enter differently, then it's different. Okay? Okay. Now age lah. Age. Age will be ratio. It will be numeric ratio. People will type in here, right? Maybe I am 45 years old. I am 43 years old. I am 37 years old. So it's a numeric ratio level. What is your marital status? Right? If I tick this here, then I'm a single. This one Western context, so banyak. If I tick here, I'm in steady relationship. I tick here, living with partner. It's Western context, Western context. Living with a partner but not married, so living with partner. Married for first time. So if I key in my answer as, let's say, 1, 3, 4, 8, 6, 7, 1, 8, like that, then this will be numeric nominal. right? Because the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 has no meaning, right? You cannot say somebody with 8 is better than somebody with the number 1. Okay, so this is numeric nominal. Do you have any children living with you? So the answer will either be yes or no. Right? Now again, if I enter as yes, 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 no, yes, no, then it will be what? String nominal, according to SBSS. But if you enter it as, let's say 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 like that, then this will be numeric nominal. Okay, for example if 1 equal to yes, 2 equal to no. Okay, what is your highest level of education? Pick the highest level you have completed. Okay, this one too long lah. Usually I will just say 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 4. This is 5. And this is 6. Oh, sorry, wrong place. 6. Okay. So if I enter my data as, let's say 1, 4, 3, 2, 5 like that, then this will be numeric ordinal, because the number got some ranking, correct? 6 means he has studied, he has higher level of education than somebody with 1. Okay. 4 will be higher than somebody with 3. So the education level will have an ordering or ranking. So numeric ordinal. What are the major source of stress? What is the major source of stress? Spouse, boyfriend, children, work stress, work stress. What else? Etc. etc. Now, if I key in like that, if I enter it as spouse, girlfriend, boyfriend, etc., then this become string nominal. Instead, if I enter it as 1, 2, 1, 3 like that, then this will become numeric nominal. Okay. So basically, how do I get the number? Then I have to go through all the answer in the questionnaire. Then I have to group them into group lah. One could be, let's say family. 2 could be peers. 3 could be supervisor, those kind of thing. I read through all the answers that are provided by the respondent. Then I try to group them into categories. Okay. Then I will, instead of writing all this long stuff, I will just put 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 like that. So if I enter it like this, then it becomes numeric nominal. If I enter in full whatever is written here, it will become string. Okay. Do you smoke? It will be, if I put 1 equal yes, 2 equal no, then this become, if I enter my data as 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Then this will be numeric, nominal. Okay. If I were to decide to enter it as yes, yes, no, yes, then it will be string nominal. I only give you the scenario, but in afterward, when we actually enter data, we will all be using numeric. Okay. Here I'm just giving you the possibility lah. If you answer yes to smoking, how many cigarettes do you smoke per week? So this will be numeric ratio, right? Because if he put 0 means he does not smoke lah. So that no cigarette per week. Right? So basically, you need to understand things like this lah. From the questionnaire, you must be able to give it a name, like this one, sex. This become our variable name. This is called our variable name. Later on, you see the SBSS screen. You have to give a variable name. Then you need to know it's a numeric, it's nominal, ordinal, whatever. Okay. Usually we advise you to use numeric lah, numeric. String ini. String is text. SPSS is not designed for. SPSS is not designed for string lah. No, it can do, but it's not powerful. It's designed more for numbers. Okay. Kalau string or text, usually we use other software like NVivo. Have you heard of NVivo? Right, NVivo lah. NVivo is or Atlas TI. There's another one. I don't know. My time Atlas TI quite popular. I don't know now. How is it now? NVivo, I think, is still popular. There's another one called Atlas TI. These are all what we call qualitative data analysis software. All right. So SPSS basically is for numeric data analysis. Okay. If you have a lot of string or text, then either you group them like what I did for question 6, or if you can't group a lot of interview answer, interview responses, then it's better to use NVivo or Atlas TI. All right. Okay, so remember, okay, we need a variable name, and you need to know that it is numeric, and you need to know that it is at nominal level or what level. Okay. Important thing is in SPSS, you must know that it is numeric and then the level. Okay. Then age is another variable name. Then you must know the type, numeric. The level is ratio. Then like, what is your marital status? Usually we will give the variable name as marital. Variable name, usually we want it to be short and concise. Variable name usually is short, concise. Concise. How to spell concise? Right? Short and concise. Okay, later on in SPSS at the variable level, at the variable view, you will see there is another function called label. Label in SPSS, this is where you give a long description of variable name. So you need two things. Variable name must be short, concise. Then sometimes we are afraid that we cannot remember what it is 2 months, 3 months later. Then we have another function in SPSS called label. Label then is we describe that variable name. Okay, then the next important one is you must know that it is numeric. And then you must know whether it is nominal, ordinal, or scale. In SPSS, it combines interval and ratio as scale. You won't find the term interval and ratio in SPSS. They combine it and they call it scale. So when you see the word scale in SPSS, basically is interval or ratio. They lump them together. Why do they lump them together? Why? Why lump interval and ratio together? Right? Simply because both uses the same statistical analysis. Okay, so it's okay to lump them together. Sorry. It's okay to lump them together because it's okay to lump interval and ratio together because basically both this level uses the same statistical analysis. So that's why SPSS lump them together as scale. Okay. Any question? Any question before I go to the next slide? We
Yes.
haven't done anything in SPSS yet. This is still theory. Okay. So basically, these are the first 15 variables that later on I want you to enter into SPSS. Now, okay, what is this? This is something extra not present just now, right? Identification number. Okay, what is this identification number? Now, basically, let's say you have collected your data, right? You collected your data. So you have many questionnaire, right? You have many questionnaire. Okay. So what is ID number? ID number is basically identifying your questionnaire. So you have so many questionnaire, right? So basically we will give it a number. We will call this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to, let's say, if you have 60 questionnaire, 60. Right? So this is ID number. ID is basically to identify your questionnaire or your subject or your participant. Okay, we give it a number. So if you have 60, you have given out your questionnaire to 60 people. So you will just label it number 1, number 2, up to number 60. Now, why do we do this? We do this so that later on, after we have entered data, everything, we will do screening. Screening means we want to see whether we have entered wrongly or not. So if you have entered wrongly, then we can use this ID number to go back and trace and check again. whether our data is where our data goes wrong when we enter the data. So that is the purpose for ID number, right? It does not appear in the questionnaire, but after you have taken back or received back your questionnaire, before you enter the data, you label your questionnaire 1, 2, 3, 4, up to how many questionnaire you have. You understand this identification number? Everyone clear about this ID number?
Yes, Doctor.
It's basically so that later on you can go back and find the questionnaire. Otherwise, you cannot find the questionnaire afterwards. You found that there is an error. You want to see whether where do I key in wrongly? You cannot identify which one. So that is the purpose for ID number. The next variable I want you to use will be sex, age, marital. This one all based on the survey just now, highest education level. Okay, then all will be using numeric. Forget about string. We will all use numeric. So sex, instead of entering male, female, we will enter either 1 or 2. If you're male, we enter 1. If a female, we enter 2. Marital status, if single, 1. Steady relationship, 2. Married, 4. No? Separated, 6, like that. All numbers. Your data file will be all numbers, right? Do you have children or not? Yes, no. Instead of yes, no, you'll be 1, 2. Highest education level, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that. Major source of stress. Again, as I said, based on all those string, let's say we already come up with the code. 1 is stress from work. 2 is stress from spouse. 4 is stress from children. 5 is family. 6 is whatever, finance, and so forth. Do you smoke? 1, 2. Yes, no. Number of cigarette smoke, and this one up to you lah. You smoke 20 cigarette ka, 13 cigarette ka, 11 cigarette, 10 cigarette, go in. Optimism scale. This one is Likert scale. If you look at your PDF file on the survey, you will have 6 questions. Right? You will have 6 Likert scale questions. Okay. Do you have your questionnaire with you? Let me open. If not, I'll open the questionnaire here. This is your 6 optimism scale question. In uncertain time, I usually expect the best. So the student will strongly disagree or strongly agree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right here. If something go wrong with me, blah, 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 again, they will put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, choose one here. So yes, 6. I like a skill item, measuring optimism, right? Measuring optimism. So these 6 items measure optimism. So if we look question by question, this will be numeric or no. Each one of them will be numeric or no. Now, towards the end of Unit 2, we will learn to sum up the 6. So if I sum up the 6, then it becomes numeric interval. Okay? Kalau satu persatu, numeric ordinal. Kalau saya jumlahkan atau averagekan, then it become numeric interval. verb. Okay, now we will go through one by one how to key in how to define the variable. Right, so this one now demo, I will demo on the SBSS, and you can try to keep up, or you can do slowly later on following the slides. Okay, so as I said, when you come in, it will be in this view. This view is called data view. You go switch to variable view. So now in variable view, you see there is name, type, width, decimal, and so forth. Now we do one by one. First variable is our ID, remember? If I want, then I can put my label here. So you see, when I go to label, the SPSS sudah automatically defaults value semua keluar. Later on, we will try to change, right? So kalau label, kalau you nak, you can write identification number of questionnaire, for example. Kalau you mau lah. This one is optional label. If you think you can remember, then you don't need to key in this label. So as I said, SPSS work well with numbers. So we will leave this as numeric. Okay. Now the width, if you look at my slide, I want this to be 3. You know what is width or not? Width, tahu width tak? Width means lebar. Width of 8. Width of 8 means something like this. Width of 8. It means if it is a number, width of 8 will be like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sudah 6 Oh, terlebih sudah. Decimal is 2. This is width of 8, you see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You get it? Decimal dia 2. So there is a dot. Dot pun counted lah. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Decimal 6, 7. So jumlah dia 8. Perpuluhan dia 2. Now if I say decimal of 1, then my number will look like this. It will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, dot 7. This is the maximum. That means you can have this maximum here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Decimal dia 1. Now if I say decimal of 0, see how I change the decimal, then basically it means there is no decimal. If there is no decimal, then it will be maximum is I can enter up to 8 like that. Of course, I can change the width. I can make it bigger. I can make it smaller. So in this case, according to the slide, I want to keep it to
Prof, I can't hear you.
Selamat.
How about now? Can you hear?
Can, Professor.
Still nothing.
Can
Yeah.
hear.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, okay. You can hear now, huh? How about now?
Kejap ada,
Can you hear
kejap tak
now?
ada, Prof.
Yes.
Sekarang boleh dengar tak?
Boleh.
Boleh ya? Okay, okay. Then okay. Can continue from now. Where will we? Okay. So now kita akan sambung with SBSS. Right, so the next thing you need to do is tengok measure sini unknown kan. You click there and we will choose, for example, scale. Okay, so that's our first variable. Now our second variable will be sex. If you want, you can type here the participants' gender. Okay. Now I think I also ask you to put 30, so you can try to lower it down to 30. Now this one special. Are you still up to here? Okay. This one sex, sebab we want it to be 1 equal male, 2 equal female. Betul tak? We want to give the value of 1 to male, 2 to female. So you have to click, you see under here, values. You have to go down, click at the word none here. At the right-hand side, there's a small button, small square button here. You click, and then you have value label come up. So you must, now this is where the different version may slightly different. This is 31. 31 wants you to click a plus, type 1, type male here. And then click again plus, type 2, type female. Okay. Then you click OK. This is version 31. Lower version slightly different. Lower version doesn't have the plus and cross here. I think they only have add. So after you put value 1, label mail, you have to click the word add. If you don't click, SPSS will not remember. After add, then you type 2 female add. So version 31, they're gonna plus on the right hand side here. Then you click OK. So you see here become 1 male, 2 female will be here. Okay. Then again, the measure here will be normie. No. So that's the third variable. Then the next variable will be marital. So if I want, then I can go to the label here and type marital status. Okay. Now I want it to be 30 again, so I can just click down to 30. Okay, now marital status again, I have to go to values. I click 1 equal to single, 2 equal to steady relationship, 3 equal to partner. Oops, sorry, this should be 2, sorry. 2 equal to be steady relationship. 3 is partner. 4 is remarried. 5 is separated. 6 is oh, sorry, salah. 4 is married first time. 5 is remarried. 6 is separated. 7 is undergrad. 7 is divorce. 8 is widowed. Okay, then okay. Now this will be still normie. No. So, okay tak? Can you try this? Then you continue on up to optimism, the 6 Likert skill. Can you all do this? Try to do this on whoever have SPSS, you try to do this. Key in until the 6 optimism. Okay, I will also do it here, then we can compare, right? Then the next variable will be children. Number of children living at home. Okay. Let's say we also keep this as 30. Now, the only difference now will be, this will be scale, right? Number of children is scale, right? Basically, it's ratio lah. Tapi if you see here in SBSS, you don't have ratio, you don't have interval, you only have scale, right? Nominal, ordinal, scale. So here we'll choose scale. And the next variable is EDUC. EDUC stands for highest educational level. And go to value. 1 is primary. 2 secondary. 3 high school. 4 additional training. 5 undergrad. 6 postgrad. Okay. Now, the next thing we need to know is that if you have primary, secondary, high school, additional training, undergrad, postgrad, this will be ordinal. No. The next one is source of stress. Optional again here. Oh, sorry. Let's say we also put this as 30. And the value will be 1 is work. 2 is spouse. 3 is relationship. 4 is children. 5 is family, and so forth. Okay. So this will be nominal. Smoke. Number of smoker status. Do this as 30. One is smoker. 2 is non-smoker. And this will be nominal. And smoke amount, smoke number. Number of cigarettes. per week. Let's say 30 again. And this will be scale, right? You can smoke 5 cigarette, 10 cigarette, 20 cigarette, 21 cigarette, okay? And then you have optimism 1. This is your first statement on the optimism scale. Okay. All right, now this will be first item of optimism scale, for example. And we have 1, a strong optimism scale. 1 is strongly disagree, up to 5 is strongly agree. So this will be ordinal. Up to, up 3, up 4, up 5, up 6. Okay? Now I'm going to be a bit lazy. You can pay attention here for 1 minute. Just look at the screen here for 1 minute. Now op 1, op 2, op 3, op 4, op 5, op 6 will all have the same values, right? 1 strongly disagree to 5 strongly agree. So lazy to type. What I do is I'll place my cursor here. I right click and I copy. Do you see this? Okay? Repeat, put the cursor here, right click, copy, highlight op 2 to op 5, op 6. Oops, wait, let's see. Copy, paste. Does it allow me to paste all at once? Yes. See? Highlight all and then press paste. So this one shortcut lah, then you don't have to repeat the same thing. If it is the same one, you can just highlight, copy, highlight where the responses will be the same, right click, paste. Right? Copy, paste. Right? So this is shortcut lah. So now this is where you have defined your variable. So I'll just wait for a while for you to finish defining the variable. If you have any problem, you give me a text. Everyone okay? Because I can't see you, so I don't know where you are. If you are in a face-to-face in the lab, then we can walk around and see how you are progressing. Here, I have to depend on you to tell me if you have problem. Ah, yang tu, that one is your licensing. Dia minta you beli license. So you either have to get a trial version. I think Dr. Fatihah asked you to download a trial version. A trial version, then it will last for a certain period of time only lah.
14 days.
Ah, so you need to try to find a way to get one that maybe you can try on Shopee kot.
Yeah, around 50 above.
Pardon?
Harga dia 50 lebih macam tu.
Ringgit ya?
Yeah, the off.
Ya, lebih kurang lah. So that one, the crack code, that one will last lah.
Yeah, lifetime.
So you probably have to get the trial one will only last you 14 days kan. Unless you are near Unimas, then you go to the lab. Of course, the lab one will be licensed. We bought the license for the computer lab lah. Other than the licensing problem, okay tak boleh key in the variable name? Licensing problem tu tak dapat tolong lah ya, sorry ya. Okay. Kalau you, let's say I assume that you have key in the define all these variable. Now, if you go to the data view, you click on the data view. Nothing happened, nothing happened. Except that now you have what? ID, sex, marital, children, adult, source, smoke num, optimism 1 up to optimism 6 on the top here. Do you see that? Okay, if you see that, then basically that is your variable name. Semua kat sini variable name. Alright, all this is your variable name. You haven't entered any data, right? You haven't entered any data. Masih kosong, ah? Okay, still nothing in your data file. Now, this is the data for the first 15 orang. Let's say you have given out the questionnaire to 15 person. So now this is your data. Now you have to key in this data. One means dia punya questionnaire number 1. The sex is 1. 1 means male. His age is 45. His marital status is 4. He has 1 children. His education level is 4. Source of stress is number 1. 2 means he is a non-smoker. Non-smoker, of course, the number of cigarettes he smoked will be 0. Then statement 1, he ticked 2. Statement 2, he ticked 2. Statement 3, tick 2. Statement 4, 2. Statement 5, 3. Statement 6, 2. Now, this is the data. So in SPSS, the column represent variable. If question asks you where is the variable, variable is the column. Setiap column ini ialah variable. Okay, each column is a variable. Your respondent or cases is your row. Row number 1 means respondent number 1. Row number 2 is respondent number 2. Row number 3 is respondent number 3. Macam tu. Okay. So you have only defined the variable. Now we need to enter this data into SPSS. Okay. So now I go back to data view in SPSS. Now I key in my data. First respondent. The sex is, just now if I look at my screen, sex is 1. Right? Now it's easier if you just use the arrow key to the right lah. If you use enter, dia akan turun satu ke bawah. Right? So once you type 1, you just use the right arrow key, it will go to the right. And then married. I forgot age. Okay. Sorry, I forgot age. So this is a good opportunity for me to teach you lah. Let's say I terlupa one variable, right? I need to add sex, age, then marital, right? So I have sex, I have marital, I hilang age, So how do I put in an age here? I go to this here, select the column, I right click, and I insert variable. Nampak tak? Okay. Actually, this is at the back of the slide lah, but since I forgot age here, so I teach you here straight away. After sex should be age. After age, then only marital, right? So I select marital. I want to add one variable inside there between sex and age. So I put on marital. I right click. I insert variable. Nampak tak? Insert variable. So there is a new variable between sex and marital. The SPSS will just give it a name var0001. So I have to rename this as age lah. So I will go to variable view. Ada satu var001, right? I will change it to age. And I'll put participants age. Okay, so this is how we do it if you miss one variable, right? So let's say I change this to also 30. So participant age, dia punya measure is called scale, correct? Okay, age is scale. It is ratio. After I define, then I go back to data view. my age should be 45. Right? Then my marital status is 4. Children is 1. Education level 4. Source of stress is 1. Smoking status 2. It means non-smoker. Number of cigarette will be 0. And then optimism 1, I choose 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2. Okay? And go to next case. So in SBSS, the role will be your case or your respondent or your participant, right? Whatever you call it. All right. The column is your variable. The row is your participant, respondents, sample, subject, okay, or cases. So questionnaire 2, sex is 2, age is 21, marital is 1, child is 2, education level is 5, source is 1, 2, because non-smoker, it will be no smoking, no number of smoke. Cigarette, then is 4, 4, 2, 4, 5, 2. Okay, so this data is following from the PowerPoint. Okay, so try to enter a few, and then I will teach you the rest of the topics before we break for lunch. Okay, a few more slides and we will break for lunch. Okay, once you have entered, let's say, don't need to answer so many now. Let's say you enter 5 lah. Enter 5 enough lah. Enter 5 participant, cukup lah. Okay, otherwise it takes too long. Let's say we just enter 5 rows of data. So are you ready? Have you just entered 5 rows will do, huh? 5 rows will do. Once you're ready, I will show you some other stuff that is in the slides. Okay, can I move on now? Is everyone ready? Let's say I become too fast, I enter data, shop, I type, pong. I extra one here. So I go back, I press delete key. Don't do this, huh? When you do this, delete means SPSS delete the one from here, but dia sudah create a new variable for me. Nampak tak? Okay, you try. Let's say you type 1 up to here, and then accidentally you go one more column 1, one more column 1, macam tu. You tengok? Okay? When you do that, SPSS create extra variable for you. Nampak tak? Okay, variable. Now, if I go to the one here and I delete, the one disappear, but the variable remains here. It means you have 2 extra variable that you don't want. Do you get this? So I don't want this variable. I want to delete them. I cannot use delete key. I must highlight this variable, right click, and there is a clear. You see the word clear here? Click on clear. Now the whole variable is deleted. I will repeat for this. Highlight the variable, right click, clear. All right, this very common mistake we make lah, no? Seronok sangat too fast we extra come out, then we just go and delete. But when we delete, we only delete the entry, not the extra variable that SPSS has created for us. Follow that? You just accidentally go out extra lah, and then you delete it. To delete is just highlight that extra variable, right click, clear. Macam tu. Right, same thing here, case also. Let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, seronok sangat. I go down 6, 7, 8, macam tu. Nampak? Again, if I delete this using the delete key, dia hilang. But you see the right hand side here. SPSS still remember this as case atau respondent number 6, number 7, number 8. So SPSS remember this as, instead of having 5 cases or 5 respondents, SPSS will assume that you have 8 respondents. And semua ini adalah missing value. You see all the dot here, right? SPSS will automatically see all this dot. They assume that this participant number 6, semua missing value, tak jawab. Participant number 7 also, semua missing value, tak jawab questionnaire. Alright? So same as before, if I want to delete this, I have to highlight right click, clear. Then only SBSS will delete off the extra participants or respondent. So this is the way. Sometimes a very common error that we make is to have extra participant or extra variable. Now the next thing I want to teach is, just like before, I add an age in between sex and marital status kan. Let's say I terlupa one respondent kat sini. Between 2 and 3, I ada extra satu respondent yang saya belum isi. So I will right click, insert case. Tadi column insert variable, now row is insert case. So I got one extra case now lah. Now I can key in the data. Okay, I don't want this, I will clear it. Get it? Insert case, insert variable. Delete extra variable, delete extra cases. So far okay tak? If okay, just give me a thumbs up. Okay, good. Good. So now at least you now know how to delete extra variable, delete extra cases, insert extra variable, insert extra cases. So the next thing we want to do is save. After you do, you must save, otherwise all disappear. You click save. You click save. This one, as usual, you go to whichever folder you want. Then you type in a file name. The file name, let's say my name Hong. You put whatever name you want, all right? Now you see by default, SBSS will give the extension .sav. Do you see this? Okay, by default, SBSS will give the extension .sav. So sama lah. Kalau Microsoft Word, you will get what? Hong.doc. Kalau newer version docx kan? Kalau Excel, it will be .xls, something like that. So kalau SPSS, it will be .sav. So if you see .sav, then that is a SPSS data file. So you see .sav is SPSS data file. Now, the only thing we have to worry here is which version I'm using. Now, SPSS, newer version can read old version punya SPSS data file. But old version of SPSS cannot read new version of SPSS punya data file. So do you get it? New version of SPSS can read old file, old SPSS data file. Oh, terbalik tak boleh. Old version of SPSS cannot read new version SPSS data file. Okay? So itu dia punya masalah. New version can read old version. Old version cannot read new version. So if your kawan, you want to send to your kawan has an old version, then you need to click here. See? You save it as a lower version. Usually you save it as version 7, it will be quite safe. Version 7, it means old version, new version of SPSS can read. All right, so you have to make sure lah, if you want to pass your data file around, you want to send it to somebody that has an older version, then you must save it not as a default SAV, but go down, find a lower version. It's either the 7.01 is good enough. I think usually we will just go for version 7.0. You save this as version 7.0, then any version can read it lah. Usually lah, most of the version will be able to read. But if all your friends are using high version, then no problem lah. Okay, so you save it, and then you will see that there is a, let's say I try lah, then I will save it. So it will save, nothing happened, right? Because you have to go to find the folder, it will be there. Okay. Then to open is still the same. You just click this one, open, you go and find .sav. Okay, .sav, see? .sav. All right. Now what else? Open, find. What else do I want to show you? Ah, yes. Now you tap around your SBSS. Oh, wait, I cannot. I have to go out first. SBSS, right? What I'm trying to show here is stop for a while. Okay, I'm trying to show here is this. Every time you run SBSS, there will be another window called output file. Do you see that window? Output file? Output window? Okay. Every time you ask SPSS to do something, even save lah, open lah, print lah, whatever, run analysis, SPSS will open up another window called output window. Let me find the output window. Just give me 1 minute. I will find the output window. Right, this is an output window. Yours may not look like this, all right, but you should be able to find it. There is an output window. Every time you ask SPSS to run something, even to save a file, it will open up a window called output window. Okay, output window is where all your analysis will come out later on. Okay, now, so this analysis, you may not do it straight away, right? So you can also save this output file. So to save this output file, you can click this diskette save again, right? Now, again, you have to be careful. You give it a name. I can give it the same name, Hong, never mind, because the extension will be different. Do you see that? Do you see this? The output window, the extension is .spv. So when you see a file name with the extension .spv, now this will be a SPSS output file. Output file means all the results from your procedures that you ask SPSS to carry out, including the results later on. So .spv. Now this is another problem. Okay, new version of SPSS, the output file is saved with .spv extension. Which old version of SBSS cannot read? Okay, so .spv old version will not be able to read, right? Okay, I forgot which version start changes to .spv, maybe version 15, 16. But I think 29, 28, 27, all is already .spv. The older version, I think maybe version 15, version 16, their output file is saved as .spo. Okay, so new version is saved as .spv. The older version save it as SPO. Okay, so SPV, SPO. So if you see SPO, it means it's the output file of older version. If you click if you see SPV, it's a new version of SBSS output. Are you okay with this? Have you tried this? Okay, so depending on the version that you are using, the output will be either SPV or SPO. Data file will be .sav, no problem. Problem is newer version cannot read old version. Newer version can read old version cannot read newer version. Okay? All right, so basically that covers our unit 1 for unit 1. Right? Now, again, to complete this chapter, you can go back to your exercise. You can go back to your exercise and you can try question 6 to question 12. And later on, if we have time, we will try to go through. Question 6 to question 12 test you on how to, are questions that test you on how to define variable, enter data, delete, insert variable, this kind of thing. So those questions, those skills and knowledge is tested in question 6 to question 12. All right. So you can try and then check the answer at the back. Okay. Any problems so far? Are you okay? If you're okay, that means we have finished unit 1. Just give me an indication on your chat there. If you're okay, okay, all right, good. So if that's the case, I have finished unit 1. And now your time there should be, what, 5:30. So it's 12:40 there now, right?
12:40,
So I
yeah.
think it's a good time. 12:40, correct? Am I right? Is it
Yes,
12:40
correct.
there? Yeah, so it's, I think, a good time for us to take a lunch break, for you to take a lunch break. How long do you think? 30 minutes? Would that be okay for you? Kita
I want to
berhenti
scan my
30 minit. Pardon?
I want to scan my
Okay, yeah?
attendance.
Good. Huh? Okay. Good, good.
Attendant.
So we'll come back in half an hour time to continue with our unit 2. Is that okay? We'll take a half an hour break. Again, we'll come back in half an hour time, which would be, let's say now it's 12:40 plus 30 minutes will be 1:10. We'll come back around 1:10 and continue with unit 2. Okay, thank you very much. Have a lunch,
Professor,
good lunch break. Okay.
can I scan my attendant? I didn't scan my attendant yet.
Oh, how do and you are Jerry, right? I don't know how it's taken, but anyway, don't worry. I've written it down.
Emmanuel.
Jerry, right? I've written all this down.
Yes.
I will later on give this to Dr. Fatiha.
Okay. I came before 8 this morning in the wrong room.
Wrong. Tidak apa, tidak apa.
Okay.
Everyone, we're still new to this. I'm also new to this. So don't worry. There are 24 of you here. I have written down the metric number, the student number or the name. Later on, I will compile and I will send to Dr. Fatiha. All right?
Thank you,
So
Professor.
let's take a 30-minute break and we'll come back at 1:10.
Okay.
Okay, is everybody back?
Yes.
Okay, so and we continue with Unit 2 now. Okay, so Unit 2 is we have entered the data. So now in Unit 2, we want to screen the data. Screen the data means we want to make sure that the data that we have entered does not contain any errors. Okay, then after we have done that, we will see how we can transform the data. Okay, this will be two things, record and compute. Compute is what I said just now, where you sum up or you average up the Likert scale. Okay, then we'll learn how to select cases. So we want certain cases only in our analysis. And then we'll learn to split and aggregate data file. And the last part will be we want to learn how to import data from an Excel file. Okay, so these are the 5 components of Unit 2. Okay, so to demonstrate this, I will just demo it on the SBSS. I will share screen on SBSS and demo how we can do this, so that I don't have to switch between the PowerPoint and SBSS. The notes is in the PowerPoint, but for this purpose, I will just use the SPSS. I will just share the SPSS screen. But before we do anything, for you to follow what I'm doing in the following slides, you need to open this file. Huh? I hope you will download this file. I've prepared a file called unit12error.sav. So basically, it is based on the survey questionnaire that I introduced just now, but there have been errors purposely. There are some errors in this file. So we want to use this file to learn how to detect this error, how to screen this error. So before you do anything, download this file from your eLib, open it in SBSS. Remember, I put 2 SAB file there, 2 data file there. I want you to open the one named unit12 error. Okay, so do you see this file? This is the title of the file is unit12 error.sav. Okay. Right, I already opened the file already. It's called unit12 error.sav. So those who are back and have opened this data file, just let me know. Just give me a thumbs up or indication, then I can proceed once you have opened this file. Okay, all right, good. So you got the file ready. So now we can proceed. Okay, now the purpose here is we want to do data screening. we call data screening. That means we want to screen our data file to make sure that there is no error. If there is an error, then we need to search for this error and correct the error. Okay. Now, we divide this data screening into two parts. One is checking for categorical data. Another one is checking for continuous data. Now, do you still remember what is categorical data? Right? Categorical data versus the other one is continuous data or variable. Okay. Categorical will be things like what? Nominal, right? You know, status will be sex, where you have male, female, right? Then you have education status. This one you got a lot, right? Education, we have how many? Education, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6, right? One is primary. Up to number 6 is postgrad, correct? What are the categorical we have? Marital status is also categorical. Okay. So these are categorical. And then continuous, we have things like age, right? Number of cigarettes that they smoke per week, and so forth. Right? Forgot. Categorical data includes the ordinal one, right? Remember? The ordinal. Sorry, wrong side. Education should not be. Education is in the wrong place. Education level is not categorical. Sorry. My mistake there. Ordinal will include our Likert scale and educational level, right? Then our nominal will be sex, marital status, that sort of thing. Okay. So we divide our screening method into two. One, screen for categorical data. Another one, screen for continuous data. So we'll start with categorical data. So one procedure in SBSS that is very useful for categorical data is frequency. Okay, frequency. We will use a procedure called frequencies. Okay, frequency, right? Now, where do we find this frequency? Okay, you have to go to analyze descriptive statistics frequency. Do you see this? Analyze descriptive statistic frequency. Everybody is on the same page. Those we have SBSS. Those without SBSS, you just follow the slide. Make sure you understand the slides, all right? Okay. Once you let go, you will see a dialog box like this, right? Okay. So Just now we want categorical data. So let's just find sex. Sex is nominal. Put it over. What else? Marital status. Put it over. Educational level. Is education level. Highest education. Right? Oh, this one. Is this one? Educational level. Okay. All right. Are we ready? Bring all this over, and then you go to statistics. We just ask for minimum and maximum. Do you have this? Okay, one more time. Bring over sex, marital status, educational level to the box on the right. Right, you just move them in and out like that, right? Then go to statistics, take minimum and maximum. Then continue. Then okay. So automatically, you see, once you run a procedure in SBSS, it will give you an output. Right? So later on, if you save this, it becomes .spv output file. So if you look at the first table, sex. You see sex. No missing value, 0. SPSS by default, if you see a dot in the cell, it's considered a missing value. So there is no missing value. Minimum is 1, maximum is 3. Is there a problem here? Anyone? The minimum is 1, the maximum is 3. Is there a problem? Yes, there is. Look at the second table here. You have male, female. We classified just now as 1 equal male, 2 equal female. Okay? So there's a 3 there. So obviously, this is an error here. There's an error here, right? The error is that should not have a 3, correct? Because our coding here is only 1 is male, 2 is female. So somehow we have entered wrongly here, 3. So for sex, we know that there is a problem. We have a 3 here, which should not be there. Later on, we need to locate where this 3 is, right? Now, next one. Marital status. If you look back at your code, marital status, 1 is single, 2 is steady relationship, up to number 8 is widowed. So minimum is 1, maximum is 8. So any problem? No problem. If you look at the table here again, everything is okay. You have single, blah, 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 up to widowed. There is no extra values. Now, the third variable here that I've screened is highest education level. Any problem here? Now, if you look at our survey questionnaire again, highest education level, we have 1 for primary school, 2 for secondary school, 3 for high school, 4 for additional training, 5 for undergrad, 6 for postgrad. So our maximum should be 6, but we have a 22. So this must also be an error. All right. Now, okay. So now we know that we have 2 problems, right? We have 2 problems. One is for sex. We have a 3 which should not be there. And another problem that we have is here. Right? Highest education, there should not be a 22. So now we know that we have 2 errors based on our categorical data. So this is how we screen the data using frequency for categorical data. Okay, we look at the minimum and the maximum, and then we look at the individual output for each variable. Okay, so just keep this in mind. We have problem with sex. We have an additional value of 3. We have problem with educational level where the maximum is 22. Okay. Now, for continuous variable, to screen the variable, we will use analyze, descriptive statistic, descriptive. Everyone can follow up to here? Just give me a tick if you can. Analyze, descriptive statistic, descriptive. Okay, all right. You click. Now the same thing. What continuous variable we have? Let's say age. Let's bring age over. Okay. Then go to option. Okay. All right. Once you have moved the age over to the variable box, click on option. Now you have option. We will look at mean. Already tick for you. Standard deviation, minimum, maximum. Click continue. Okay. So now we have an output for age. All right. So is there a problem with this variable? Okay. So we are asking adults, right? Adults, right? So I think it's highly unlikely age will be 2, right? 2 baby, huh? Okay, so we have problem with age also. It ranged from 2 to 82, right? So 82 also may be a problem. I'm not sure because pretty old, okay? This one very young, this one very old. So we may also have problems with age. 2 is definitely out, 82 possibly, okay? Now, we know there is error in our data file now. So now we need to find where is the error. Okay, we need to find where is the error. So go back to our data file, error.sav. Now to find the data, the error in the data file. Okay, let's look at the first one. The first one is for sex, right? Sex. We know that there is a sex equal 3 somewhere in our data file. So we need to identify this sex. So one way, there are many ways of doing it. One way is we can use data sort. We will sort the data from highest value to the lowest value for sex. So go to data and find sort cases. Do you see this? data sort cases. Everyone okay? Let's give a thumbs up if you are following. Data sort cases. Okay. So we want to sort the cases by what? We want to sort the cases by sex. So bring set over, sort by set. So ascending means from small to large. So it will sort from 1, 2 to 3. So then we have to go to the bottom of the file to see 3. So it's easier if we sort by descending. Descending means large to small value. So let's say we choose descending. So our sex here will later on be sorted from highest value to lowest value. So the 3 will appear on the top. If I do ascending, 3 will appear at the bottom. So then I have to scroll down and find it. Okay, so I'll just do descending. Then you click OK. Okay, SBSS will again shoot you over to the output screen. Never mind, go back to your data. So if you go back to your data, now you see sex. If you look at the column sex, it will have 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and then 1 at the bottom. So the variable sex has been sorted from high value to low value. So now we have found our error. So where is our error? Here, sex equal 3, ID is 103. So you can go back, flip through your questionnaire number 103, check the sex. Is it 1 for male or 2 for female? Okay, so that's our error that we have found out. Okay, this is one way of finding errors in categorical data. Can you follow this one?
Professor, I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah, like if our ID, if it's not in a order, is that okay? Like not from
No,
1
it's
to
okay.
3?
Because what he do is he will shift the whole, it doesn't go by ID anymore. It rank the sex. So now what I'm doing is sex is 3, ID will be 103. That means what it's doing is that it's telling you that your questionnaire number 103, you have key in the sex as 3. So you have to go back to your original questionnaire, find questionnaire number 103. And then look at the sex. Is it 1 for male or 2 for female? And then you correct it.
Okay, understood.
All right. So
Okay.
ID, usually you go, ID goes by questionnaire. So you will label your questionnaire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. Okay. So now when you sort, then the ID number here will be kelam kabut already lah. That means that's why you use an ID. If you don't have an ID, you cannot find your questionnaire later on. You get what I mean? If you are hoping
Yeah.
to find it by looking at this column doesn't change one. It's still continuous. It will continue to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you must have an ID number so that when you sort, see the ID number now does not follow exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 anymore. You see? 38.
Yes.
All that. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I understood. No.
Ah.
Thank you.
But remember, when you do sort, once you finish sorting, you find out all, you have to go back. Go back. Once you finish, you found already, right? You already know 103, the sex is wrong. So you jot it somewhere, jot it somewhere. Then go back to the questionnaire, check, and then correct it. So now if I want my data file to go back to the original, like ID is 1, like that, I have to go back to data, sort. But this time I don't sort by sex lah, huh? I sort by ID, not descending, but ascending. Ascending means afterward, this will be ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coming down. Okay. So I'm back to original. ID 1, ID 2, ID 3. Did you get it? So once you
Yeah, got it.
found the problem, you resort it back using your ID. Is that okay? Then your data
Okay.
file will look cantik again lah. Okay. So that is first way to find the error of sex. Another way to do it is we will do like Microsoft Word or Microsoft Excel. We will use the find function. Okay, but to use the find function, okay, you must click on, highlight the sex first, the whole column sex, highlight it. You get it? Find function, you must first highlight it, highlight that variable sex. Have you highlighted? After you have highlighted that, then you go to edit, find. Okay, so the steps is a bit different lah. For sort, you just go to data sort cases. If I want to use find, I must select my variable first. I select variable first, sex, then edit, find. Okay, then it will tell me, see, variable is sex, find what? I want sex equal to 3. You get it? Sex, find 3. I want to detect where did I enter 3 for sex. Then I click find next. So now we highlight here, see? Now it comes here, it tells me you found the 3 already, right? So again, same as just now, 3 refer to questionnaire 103. All right. Now, if there are some more, I will just click find next. So it tell me no more lah. Okay. No more 3 is found. Okay. So that is another way of doing. All right. Find 3. It will find 3 for you. If there are some more, you click find next. If not, no more. Close. Okay. So this is 2 way of finding the error for categorical data. Okay. All right. Same thing for age lah. If I want, then I sort cases. Age. Let's say I do it in ascending order. Ascending means from young to old, right? So you click OK. So now the age. Age. We already sort my age by ascending order. So I have an age of 2. Again, it's for ID 103. All right. Now if I go down, I have 82, 78, 75, 74. So 88 maybe is 82 maybe is okay lah, because I also have those age 78, etc. So I will leave 82 alone. But definitely 2 here is wrong, right? Too young. Age of 2. And again, because I use sort, after I found my error, I jot it down, and then I go to my sort cases again. I sort by ID again. Ascending, okay. So now my data file is back to normal. So far, okay? Can you follow, or you want to take 5 minutes to practice again? Okay. So if it's okay, now there is another popular procedures that we use for data screening. This one is explore. Okay, so the common procedure we use for data screening is frequency, descriptive statistics, and another one is explore. This is quite good. Explore is also very good. Another procedure that we commonly use is explore. Okay. Now, where do we find explore? We go to analyze, descriptive statistics, explore. Okay. You have that. Analyze, descriptive statistics, explore. Once you click that, again, you have dependent list. So I'll move my sex over here. Okay. Oh, sorry. Let's no. Explore usually is better for continuous variable. So I'll take age and put into the dependent list. And then I will click on plots. Okay, I'll click on plots. And then by default, box plot has been ticked. If I want, I can choose histogram. And later on, I think next week, next lecture or the next lecture, you will also use this normality plot with test. For today, we will not click this option. We will just do box plot, which has already been ticked, histogram. Continue. Okay. All right. Now, explore. Again, you can see the minimum is 2 here. Minimum is 2. Oops, sorry. Minimum is 2. Maximum is 82. Okay? But the thing is that in box plot, in explore, you have extra things like histogram. This is a histogram. And also, this is called stem and leaf. And lastly, a box plot. Okay, now I will briefly tell you something about box plot. So box plot is also called, another name that you may read is that box plot. Some people will call it whiskers, I think, because it looks like a cat, not a cat with whiskers, right? So basically what this is that this refers to the minimum value. This line will show you your maximum value. Get it? And then this will be your first quartile. Usually we will just put Q1. This will be your second quartile, Q2. And this line will be your third quartile, Q3. So basically quartile means quarter. Quarter means I divide my data into 4 parts. One part, 25% of my data will be between these two values. 25% is this value here. 25% will be this value here. 25% will be this value here. So when we say quartile, basically it means that our data is cut into 4 portions. This will be your first 25%, second 25%, third 25%, fourth 25%. So if we talk about percentile, percentile means 100, right? Okay. So Q1 is equal to, if we talk about percentile, Q1 is equals to P25. Q2 is equal to P50. And Q3 will be P75. Okay? Means the same thing. P25 means 25%. So that means we cut it into 100. When we say percentile, then we cut into 100 parts. If we say quartile, we cut into 4 parts. That's it. Right? So our Q1 will be equal to P25, Q2 equal to P50, Q3 equal to P75. And basically, you will also see this term median. Median. So your Q2 is your P50 is your median. Okay? Right, and then the values here between Q1 and Q3, we will call it as interquartile range. Or in short form, we will use IQR. IQR means you take the value for Q3, take away the value for Q1. So these are the terms that we will see in a box plot, right? A box plot. Okay. Now, the good thing about box plot is that in addition to giving you a box plot, you will also see this thing. You see this? There's a dot there, right? Circle there. And it is labeled 295. 295. So what SBSS is saying that when in a box plot generated by SBSS, if you see a circle, then we call this a mild outlier. Sometimes you will see it as a asterisk. You know what is an asterisk? Right? An asterisk like that. Then it is called an extreme outlier. Okay? So if you need to screen for outlier, outlier basically means data that are not in sync, very much different from all the other data in your data set. So the good thing about box plot is using Explore is it will give you a box plot, and in the box plot, you can automatically see whether there is an outlier in your data set. If you see a circle, then it's a slight outlier. If you see an asterisk, then it's an extreme outlier. So usually when we do data analysis, we don't want to have outlier. Okay? Because outlier can affect our statistical analysis. Right? So if we find outlier, then there are three things you need to do. Okay? If you find outlier, number one, first thing to do is check and see if it is an entry error. First thing we do is we must check, is it because we enter the data wrongly? Okay? So we have to go now to respondent number 295, look at his age, and then check back to the original questionnaire, see if we have keyed in the data wrongly. If no error, if we have keyed in correctly, usually we try not to delete this case, outlier. We try as much as possible. We try not to delete unless no choice already. So first thing is check if it is data entry error. If not, then we run our analysis with and without. That means we do it 2 times. Okay. First, we run our analysis, include this outlier inside. Then we run our analysis a second time. This one, we exclude this outlier. Then we see if our result differs a lot or not. If it does not differ a lot, then we will probably keep it inside there. Right? But if it differs a lot, then we may consider to delete this outlier. And the third choice we have is we can transform the variable. Later on, we'll see how to transform. Transform basically means that we will square root it. Instead of age, we create another variable, square root of age. See whether the variables still the outliers still come out or not. Or we can square the age, logarithm, log. We can log the age. Usually we don't advise that because then the interpretation will become difficult. But if no choice, then we can transform the variable. That means instead of using age, we use square root of age, or we use age square, or we use log of age. And then we run the box plot again, see whether it is still an outlier or not. If not, then we run the analysis with the transform variable. Okay, so these are the 3 steps to do if we found an outlier. First, verify, check that it's not data entry error. Second, run the analysis with and without the outlier. If not much different, then we are okay. If still got different, then maybe the last choice is transform the variable. If still cannot, delete the variable. Last choice, right? Okay. So another good thing about Explore is, I want to show you again. If I go back to Analyze, Descriptive, Explore, okay? Now I can, the good thing about Explore is, now let's say if I want to look at age, but I want to see age for male and age for female in one go, then I can put sex into my factor list. So now what happened is that SBSS now will generate two box plot for me. One is for male, one is for female. Again, I go to plots and make sure that all these are tick. Continue. Okay. So now you see the difference. You see the output. You now split the output for me. I have a male and I have a female. Right? For male, the minimum is 18, maximum is 70. For female, 18, 82, for example. All right. And going further down, you see, I have two histogram, two stem and leaf, two box plot. Okay. One box plot for male, one box plot for female. The y-axis is the age, and this is the two box plot, and I have an outlier for female. The male one doesn't have an outlier. Okay, the median looks about the same. Q1 look about the same. Q3 look about the same. Minimum look about the same. The difference bit in the maximum. Okay, so this is one good thing about using Explorer. You can have different box plot together, right? For male and female, or you can do it for marital status and so forth. You can do this by just making sure that the one you want to split, the categorical, you put inside the factor list. Right? Okay, I will stop here for a few minutes, let you play around with your data file. Try to repeat what we have gone through before we go to the next section, which is transforming the data. Yeah, I'll give you 5 minutes to play around with frequency, descriptive statistic, and explore. All right. Okay. Hope you're ready. Right. Okay, the next topic that we will do is transforming data. Okay, now this is very important. There are many ways, there are several ways where we can transform the data, which will be helpful for you in your research. One is to reverse negatively worded item. I'll explain this in the next slide. Negative statement. Those who have done research method, you will probably know what this is about. Add up scores. For example, I will later show you how to add up the 6 statement on optimism to get a single score. Right? That means from one individual ordinal scale, once we have summed them up, they become interval scale. Collapse a continuous variable. That means we have age, which is a ratio, right? And it's continuous. We break them into category: young, middle age, old. Or marital status, too many, we give out too many scales, right? We have 8 of them, right? Single, steady relationship, etc. 8 of them. We collapse them into less category, right? So these are the 4 examples of transforming data that I will show you. Now, first one, before I go to the demo on SBSS, you need to understand what is meant by negative worded item. Now you look at the 6th question below, right? In uncertain time, I usually expect the best. In uncertain time, I usually expect the best. Okay, that is the first item. Now, the second item is, if something can go wrong for me, it will. The third item, I'm always optimistic about my future. 4, I hardly expect things to go my way. All right, okay, let's look at this 4 statement first. Now, let's say someone answered tick 4 here, or tick 5 here. Put a 5 here. That means he strongly agree with this statement, right? So the 5 here means what? In uncertain time, I usually expect the best. Strongly agree. Meaning that he is an optimistic person, correct? He is an optimistic person. So 5 or high score imply this, right? High score imply this. High numbers or high value imply that he is an optimistic person. Now look at the second question. If something can go wrong for me, it will. If someone tick 5 here, what does it mean? Is he optimistic or not optimistic? If something can go wrong for me, it will. I strongly agree. So now the high value imply low optimism or not optimistic person. Okay. Now item number 3. I'm always optimistic about my future. If someone put 5 here again, what does it mean? 5 is high value, right? So high value indicate optimistic person. Okay. The next question. I hardly ever expect things to go my way. Someone answered 5. High value indicates not optimistic person. So now you see, in this 6 statement, you have some statement that we call as positive statement, and some statement that we call as negative statement, right? Right. So you see, 5, which is the highest value here, means different thing from different statement. You get it? For statement number 1, statement number 3, and statement number 5, you will see that high value indicate an optimistic person. Low value, not optimistic. But statement 2, statement 4, and statement 6, high value indicate not optimistic. Low value indicate optimistic. So now these two is what we call terbalik lah. The 5 have different meaning. The 1 have different meaning from statement to statement. So basically here we can say our statement op 1, op 3, and op 6 is positive statement. Op 2, op 4, and op 6 is negative statement. You get it? Okay. So now, as I said, we will try to sum up later on, right? Later on, we want to sum up this 6 statement. But because there are some positive and some negative statement, right? There are some positive and some negative statement. Sorry. Okay. So we have positive statement for op 136. We have negative statement for op 246. If we don't reverse coding and we straight away add, then the sum will have no meaning. Because for question statement 135, high value means optimistic. For 246, high value means low optimism. So they are bercanggah, they are clashing. So before we can sum this 6 statement, we need to first reverse those negative one. So that when we say 5, basically all of them will mean the same thing. All right. So basically here, 1 here, somebody answer 1 here. An answer of 1 for this statement will correspond to high optimism. 5 right now is low optimism. So we need to reverse this so that it become consistent with the above. 1 become low optimism, 5 become high optimism. So that is what we mean by reversing negatively worded item. So when you are devising your questionnaire or using an existing one, you have to make sure, check first all these statements. Is there a negative statement? If there is a negative statement, before you can sum them up or average them up, you will need to recode them, reverse code them, reverse the negatively worded item. So the next SPSS demo that I will show you is we will attempt to recode op2, op4, and op6. So the op2, when somebody answered 5, I want to change the value to 1. If somebody answered 4 here, I want to change the value to 2. If somebody answered 3, it will remain as 3. So we need to do that for op2, op4, op6 before we can go to the next step of summing them up. So do you understand what I'm trying to do here? If it's okay, then I will switch to SBSS and show you how we reverse code. So now I'm back in SBSS. There is my data file. Find my data file. Okay, this is my data file. Okay. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I need to open another data file. This is the one with error. I need to open one with have no error. Okay. This one, unit 12 survey.sav. Open this file. This one got no error. The other one got error. We already done the error part, how to detect the error. So now we are going into transforming data. We will use the second file, unit 12 survey.sav. Okay, so now I'm at the correct file. Okay, I'm now at the correct file, unit 1 to survey.sav. Okay, now how do we do reverse coding? Okay, you will go to transform, recode. Now be careful. There is 2. Recode into same variable, recode into different variable. Now, what is the difference? I recommend you use different variable. If you use recode into same variable, that means it will override whatever data you have typed in. If you use record into different variable, it will create a new variable. So your old variable op2 will still be there. We create another new variable, and this variable will be reverse coded. Okay. So the best when you are doing recoding, as much as possible, you should try to recode into different variable so that your original variable will remain. If you put into same variable, it will override your existing data. Okay, so I'll use into different variable. Okay, everybody can follow? Transform, recode into different variable. Okay, so we will come to another box. Everybody has this box. Just give me a hands, a thumb, whatever indication that you are at this box here. Okay. Now, what variable do we want to record? Remember, up2. Okay, so take up2, bring it to the right. Okay, you have up2, bring it to the right. Next, you go to, because this is into different variable, it will create another variable. So we need to name this variable. Let's say I use REVOP2. Right? Reverse of OP2. So I just put, let's say, up to you. You can give it another name if you want. But here I just use REVOP2. Are you here? Then you need to click change. Click change. All right, so now he said OP2 will be recorded as REVOP2. Now, nothing happened yet, huh? You click on old and new value. Then you get another box. So this is the old value. This is the new value. So 1. If it is 1, I want it to be changed to 5. Then you must click add. See? 1 change to 5. 2, old value, change to new, 4. Add. 3, change to 3. So I actually don't need to do lah. No change actually. 3 will remain as 3. 4, change to 2. Add. If you don't click add, it will not change. You need to click add and then it will come out here. And lastly, 5, change to 1. Are you okay? All right. Then click continue. Okay, nothing happened yet, don't worry. Okay. Next, because there are 2 more, right? So I will continue again. Op4, bring over. I want it changed to REVOP4. Then I click change. Then I click old and new. SBSS still remember. 1 change to 5, 2 change to 4, 3 change to 3. So I don't need to type again. SBSS still remember. I just click continue. Then the last variable OP6, I want it changed to REVOP6. Then I click change. Just to make sure I click all and new again. SBSS still remember. I click continue. And I click OK. See, every time you do something, it will switch to the output file, output window. Just go back to your SBSS. Now go to the end on the right-hand side of your data file. Go to the end of your data file on the right. Now, SBSS has created 3 new variables. Okay? REVOP2, REVOP4, REVOP6. Do you get this 3 new variables?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, the output window doesn't show anything. It just tells you every time you run something in SPSS, it will switch to your output window. But for this, we are creating 3 new variables. So it will be added at the end on the right-hand side of the variable. Right, so you have to go right to the end on the right-hand side, and 3 new variable has been created. Are you okay with this? Boleh tak semua? Boleh ikut? Or you need a few more minutes to try? Okay. So as I said just now I have reverse coding. Now it makes sense for me to sum up this 6 statement. But when I'm summing up this 6 statement, right? When I'm summing up this 6 statement, I would not be summing up OP1, OP2, OP3, OP4, OP5, OP6. I will not sum up this 6. What I will sum up will be OP1, OP1, REV OP2, OP3, REV OP4, OP5, REV OP6. You get what I mean? You don't sum up the original OP1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because 2 we have reverse coded into OP2, REV OP2. OP4 we have reverse coded as REV OP4. OP6 has become REV OP6. So if you want to add them up, I will just put a plus, 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 and a plus. So to sum up, I will just plus them, correct? You understand? All right. So how do I sum them up? How do I sum them up in SBSS? Yeah. Now we go to the second part of our transforming data. We want to add up these 6 statements. Okay. It's under transform again. But we use compute. You see this one? Transform, compute variable. Okay, click OK here. So now we have another box. You have a target variable and the numeric expression. So we want to create a new variable. We sum up op1, REV op2, op3, REV op4, op5, REV op6. So we must give a name to this one. Let's say I call it total optimism. Total optim. Right? Total optimism. Then I will go to my numeric expression here. Now, I could have typed OP1 plus REV OP2 plus like that. But it's dangerous. Sometimes if you do like this, you may salah eja, misspell or something like that. So the best and the safest way is go to the list of variable here and select. So OP1, bring over, then go to plus, then go find REV OP2, bring over, plus again, OP3, plus REV OP4, plus OP5, plus REV OP6. Can you do this? So you can type the variable name, but it is usually not advisable because sometimes you can salah eja, misspell. So safest way is go to the list here, select the variable, bring over, plus, times, whatever you do there. The calculator function is here. Okay, once you've done that, you just click OK. Again, you will go to the output window, go back to your data file, go to the end again, and you have a new variable, total optim. All right. you have a new variable, total optim. Now, some of you may have noticed if I go to transform, compute, here I have function. You see the word function here? There are a lot of functions. Let's say click all. So there'll be all the function will be listed here. Now, if I go down this list, there is one called sum. You see, sum. Okay, sum. So you have sum, bracket, number, expression, comma, blah, blah, blah. So let's say I clear this. Okay, I can also use sum. I choose sum, click it up. See how I did it again? One more time, choose sum, use the up arrow key here, push it up, then you have sum, comma, question mark, comma, question mark, and all that. So now I can go to op1, bring over, comma, rev op2, bring over, comma, op3, bring over, comma, rev op4, bring over, comma, op5, bring over, comma, rev op6, over. Okay, now I will call this total optim 1. Let's say total optim 1, right? Then delete off this question mark. Okay, I get something like this. Sum bracket of 1, comma, rev op2, comma, op3, comma, and so forth. Okay, and I call this total optim 1 so that it doesn't override my total optim. Can you follow this? Okay. Now, if I click OK, and I go to the end of the data file again, I have total optim 1. Total optim 1. You see they are the same, right? 19, 19, 19, 19. So basically, you can use plus or you can use sum. Okay? There is a slight difference. Okay, to see the difference, okay, now what is the difference between using plus 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 versus the function sum? Okay, to see the difference, I want you to go to find your op1. Okay, this is my op1. You see op1? Case ID1, op1. I have a 2 there, right? The entry for op1, case 1 is 2, right? Okay, now I want you to delete these 2. So now I got a dot, right? Now remember, a dot means what? A dot means missing value. A dot means missing value. Okay? So now I will go back to do my transformation again. Because SBSS not like Excel, dia tak boleh auto update one. So we must go back to transform, compute variable. I say I call this number 2, total optim 2. Total optim 2, I use sum. Okay, you get this? Now I click OK. You will see there is another variable now. Total optim 2. Okay, total optim 2. Okay. The value for the first one is 17. The rest will be the same. Okay, now never mind. We just leave it there. Now you go to transform compute again. Let's say I make a total optim 3. Now this one I will use op1 plus REV op2 plus op3 plus REV op4 plus op5 plus REV op6. Okay. Now I click OK. Now there is another variable, REV, total optim 3. Now do you see the difference here? Okay. Now, if I use the plus one, if one of the OP1, REV, OP2, etc. has a missing value, okay? There's a missing value. The plus one do what? The plus expression cannot calculate, correct? It will give you a missing value. You see that? Okay. If I use the plus function, if one of the OP1, OP2, REV, OP2, OP3 got a missing value, it will straight away give you a missing value. It does not calculate. But the sum one will calculate for you. See, the sum one will still calculate for you. Okay, what it do is the sum one, the sum function, when it sees a missing value, it will substitute it for zero. You will put a 0 there and then continue to calculate for you. You see that? That is the difference. All right. This is one, both of, when there is no missing value, using plus and using sum will give you the same value. If there is a missing value, then there will be a different. If you use plus, got one missing value, you sum up, you average up, it become missing value. But for sum, the missing value, SBSS, letak kosong sana. Put a 0 there, and then he will calculate the sum or the average for you. Are you clear about this? So you can use sum, you can use plus, but just remember, this is the difference. Okay? If there is a missing value, then your sum function and the plus function will be different. Okay? Are we okay so far? Just give me an indication if you are okay. 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 Now, next, still on transforming, you can also average. So again, it's the same lah. If average, I still go to transform compute. So my average, let's say I put average AVE optim. Now, since I already have total optim, let's say I have total optim already, I lazy to type lah. If I want, I can still type like that lah. OP1 plus REV OP2 plus dot 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 dot. Then I divide by 6. Okay, also can. But here I'm lazy lah, because I already done total optim. I will just take total obtained and divide it by 6. You get it? Okay. Or I can use the average. There's a mean. Okay, the mean. Okay. Again, the mean, if I put it up, then it will be mean OP1, comma, REV, OP2, and all that. But again, you have to remember their difference is when there is a missing value. One will just won't calculate. Another one will substitute the missing value with 0 and calculate for you. So if I do that, now I have an average. Okay. Sometimes we prefer average. Sometimes we prefer average. Why? Why do we prefer average? Okay, if I use sum, you remember, I will have one is strongly what? Strongly disagree, up to 5 strongly agree, right? That is my original Likert scale for every item, right? But if I sum them up, my range now will become between I got 6 items, right? So 6 times 1 is 6. 6 times 5 is 30. If I sum up the 6 items, then the score will have a range of between 6. If everybody answer, every item is ticked as 1 to 30 if every item is ticked as 5. So if I use total or sum, then my range for the new variable will be between 6 to 30, which is different from the original 1 to 5 here. But if I average it, it will remain between 1 to 5. So it's easier for me to interpret based on my original scale of 1 to 5. Right? Do you get what I mean here? Okay. So sometimes researchers prefer average rather than sum. Because when sum, then the range of possible value changes. But if I use average, I will go back to my original 1 strongly disagree to 5 strongly agree. Look at this part here. Okay, look here. See, it will remain between 1 to 5. So are you okay with average and sum? Right? I assume okay, huh? So if okay, then the next part that I will look at is collapsing a continuous variable into groups. Okay, now this is, for example, I have age, right? My age can be 34, 45, 67, so forth like that, right? So it's a range of interval value. So I now want to, let's say, divide them into 3 groups. Maybe I can call them young, middle age, and old. Okay, like that. Okay. Now there are, of course, several ways of doing it. One way will be like this, right? Show you one way to collapse a continuous variable into group. Okay, we will go under transform. Okay, there is an option called visual binning. Do you see that one? Visual binning. Okay. I hope you've seen it. Okay, give me a tick if you see this one, visual binning. Transform, visual binning. Okay, transform visual binning. Huh? Now you get another dialog box. Now we need a continuous variable here. Huh? So it can be something like age, height, all this. Huh? Let's say we try with age. We take age, bring it to variables to bin. Bin means we want to create bin like tong sampah lah, create a few tong sampah lah, few bin. Then you click continue. And you see something like this, visual binning. So current variable name is age. Right? So this is the current one, original age there. Now let's say I want to create 3 groups of age, right? So I can put age 3 group. I want to create a new variable. So I call the variable age 3 group. Okay. In case I forget, I can put a label here. Age divided into 3 categories. For example, this is the label to explain the variable name age group, age 3 group. Do you follow up to here? Right. Current variable is the age that we have brought into the box just now. Bin variable, this is the new variable that we want to create. I call it age 3 group. I have 5 group, maybe I say age 5 group lah. And this is to explain the variable name in case I forget. Age divided into 3 categories. Okay. Next, I have to make cut point. You click on make cut point. Okay. When you create a make cut point, you have another box come out. We will use equal percentile. You remember percentile? Percentile means we divide them into 100 equal parts, right? Now, we need to determine number of cut points. I want 3 groups. Okay, this is something you have to understand. Let's say this is your variable age. We want to divide them into 3 groups. You see? This is group 1, the young one, the middle age, the old. Let's say this is the old younger age let's say this is 10 and this is, let's say, 80, for example. I forgot how much is our age. So we have a range of ages. We want to divide them into 3 groups. 3 groups. But when we divide into 3 groups, what is the number of cut points? 1, 2, correct? So if we want to divide into 3 groups, the cut point will be 2. If I want to divide into 4 groups, how many cut points? 1, 2, 3. If I want to divide into 5 groups, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The number of cut points will be 4. So the number of cut points is always 1 less than the number of groups we want to create. So in this case, the number of cut points, because I want to divide into 3 groups, I will put 2. So 2 cut points, automatically SBSS will put a 33.33 there. So what it means is that you cut into 3 groups. That means there will be 33.33% of the data here, 33.33% of the data here, 33.33% of the data here. So you add up, it will be 100. If I put 3 cut points, then I will divide into 4. right? 3 cut point will be 4. Then basically it will be 25% here, 25% here, 25% here, 25% here. Okay, do you understand this cut point? Okay, for example, if I change this to 3, SBSS will automatically make it 25 here. Okay, so I want 3, so I put 2. And it will be 33.33. Then I need to click apply. Okay. All right, so automatically you see the diagram there divide into 3 parts already. All right. Okay. Then I can click make label. So SPSS will tell you already the label. One will be less than 29. Right. Then the other one will be 30 to 44. And then the high group will be 45 and above. Okay, so you have 3 groups here. So after that, you just click OK. So it will create a new variable. It tells you it will create one new variable. Click OK, nothing happened. But there, you got another new variable, H3 group. So you have 3, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 2 like that. So you have 3 H group there. Okay. So this is how we collapse a continuous variable into categorical variable. Still okay with this? Are you all right with this? Boring, you just see a blank screen. Sometimes must show the face, huh? Okay. Cursor, where is my cursor? Can't find my cursor. Okay, now. Okay. So if we follow the slide, the next one is we collapse categories, a large number of categories into smaller number of categories. This one is educational level. Remember? Educational level. Right? Educational level, we have 1 for primary school, 2 for some secondary school, 3 for high school, 4 for additional training, 5 for undergrad, 6 for postgrad. So our education, our eduk has 1 to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's say we don't want 5, we don't want 6. We just want to create 5 categories. We want to create 5 categories. So we want to group 1 and 2 as one category. Remember, 1 is primary and 2 is some secondary, right? So now we want to join these 2 groups as one. Maybe we will call this as secondary and below. Okay, so we want to collapse 1 and 2 into one category. Okay, so this one category to category. Just now the binning is continuous to category. So we cannot use the binning. Okay, this is category to category. Category to category, we will still use recode into different variable. We will still use recode into different variable. All right, Now you need to reset now. Reset. We'll reset this. Now, what is it that we want to record? Educational level, EDUC, this one. Okay. So let's say we change the new variable as EDUC group. Okay. So from EDUC, which has 6 level, we will come up with a new variable called EDUC group, which have 5 category, because we merge primary and secondary 1 and 2. So same as record into different variable for the reverse coding, you click on change. After you click on change, you need to go to the old and new. So remember, what we want is 1 become 1. 2 become 1. 3 become 2. 4 become 3. 5 become 4. And 6 become 5. Right? Okay, this is what we want. So from original 1 to 6, we now end up with 1 to 5 because we collapse primary 1, secondary 2 as one group, having education less than secondary school. So what we do is we go to old value 1, new value will be 1. Click add. Old value 2, new value will still be 1. So now we already collapse 1 and 2 as 1. Now 3 will become 2. 4 will become 3. 5 become 4. 6 become 5. You get this? Then you just need to click continue. And OK. So again, a new variable will come up, EDUC group. So now you won't find a 6 here, you'll just find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because we have collapsed 2 of the categories into 1. So this is useful when you have many categories, but later on you find that there are not many respondents in some of the categories, so you collapse the categories. Right? So this is collapsing categories, categorical category. So I think it's time that we all have a short break again. Let's say we have a 10-minute break. All right, 10-minute break. So now is 3 o'clock, right? 8 minus 5, 3 o'clock. Let's say we meet back at 3:10 and we will continue with our following slides. In the meantime, you can take a toilet break, etc., or you can repeat and try out again. So if you want to repeat and try again, what you can do is, if you remember, you just need to highlight all the variable, right click, clear. Get it? And you will clear all these variable and you can try again the whole process. Okay? Okay, I'm back. I just looking at the attendance list. Can I just confirm? Alicia ada tak? Alicia. Kalau ada, just give me a thumb. Alicia Rosil. Okay. Edward. Edward ada. Edward Joseph. Joseph. Emmeline Ria. Is Emmeline Ria around? Okay, last one. Siti Kush. Siti Kushlini. Siti Kushlini. Okay. All right. Okay, that's done. Okay. Now, can we continue now? Yes, sometimes when we are doing some analysis, we don't need the whole data set. We just need certain cases only. For example, I want to run the analysis only for female. That means only for females. So I want to exclude the male. Oh no, sorry. I want to include the, I want to follow the slide accordingly so that it's easier for you to revise. I want to carry out an analysis, but I only want to do it for the males. Lelaki saja. Saya tak mau perempuan. I just want to analyze the data for lelaki saja. Only for male, not the female. So one way to do this is you can go to data, select cases. There is one data, select cases. Okay, right at the bottom, second last one. All right, do you find it? Dah jumpa belum? Data, select cases. So this will allow us to select certain portion of the data file saja for us to use in our analysis. So in this case, I will only select those who are male. I want to exclude the female, so I can use select cases. If condition is met, okay, default dia ialah all cases. I mean guna semua, the whole data file. Now I select if condition is satisfied. Then I click if. Okay, what I want is sex. Bring over sex. Now, you only want male. Male is, according to our coding just now, we have 1 equal male, 2 equal to females, right? So what we'll do is we'll say sex equal to 1. Sex equal to 1. Okay? So we say sex equal to 1 and we click continue. Then we click OK. Okay, go back to your data file. Now look on the left-hand side. Look on your left-hand side. You will see there is cross. So that, you see that? So the cross means those rows will not be used. And why are they not used? If I go back to my left-hand side, okay, I look at my sex, you see, when sex is equal to 1, there is no cross here, correct? When sex is equal to 2, there is a cross. When sex is equal to 2, there is a cross. That means to say, if it is 2, which is female, dia sudah dipangkakan. That means they will not be used in whatever analysis that we carry out later on. Only those that is clear, like this one, sex is 1, this one, sex is 1, so this will be used. So I will select the cases here. Also, if you go to the end of your data file on the right, actually, when you run select cases, SBSS create a variable called filter. You see this filter? So it consists of 1 and 0. You see, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. So when there is a 1, it means that row will be used. Kalau 0, that row will not be used. That means 0 means it is a female lah. Kalau 1 sini means selected is a male. Okay, so don't worry. If you do select cases or sometimes other function, they may create a filter variable, right? So after using, running everything, you can just delete off this variable, clear it, right? But just to tell you, if you use select cases in certain other function, they will sometimes create a filter variable for you. Right? Basically, it's the same as looking at the left-hand side here lah. No pangka selected, it will be 1. Pangka here means they will not be selected for the analysis, so 0, 0, 0. Okay, so this is select cases. But the danger thing about select cases is, after you have done this, you must always remember to go back to select cases, tick balik all cases. You must always remember to do this, otherwise any subsequent analysis you do only male saja, female tak ada. So after you have been satisfied with all this, done everything, always go back, select all cases. So when you select all cases, all the pangka will disappear and you can use the whole data set. You can just clear off this filter. So that is select cases. Another way to just use certain part of the data file is split data file. Right? Split data file. So there are many ways. See which one you prefer, which one is more, how to say, more efficient. Right? Sometimes select cases is more efficient, sometimes split file is more efficient, sometimes explore is more efficient. So it depends on what you want to do. Okay. So if I want to use split file, then I will go to data split file is third from the bottom. Right? Data split file. Okay, once you have done that, okay, so it will come up. You choose, by default is analyze all cases, do not create group. So you can choose compare group. Okay, compare by what? Let's say compare by sex, right? Okay, compare by sex, and then you click OK. Okay, nothing happened lah. because you haven't compared anything, right? Now, let's say now I go to analyze descriptive statistic frequency. Okay. And I choose, let's say, marital status. Right. Now I choose minimum, maximum, for example. And I click OK. So now you see, when frequency is run, it's not for the, it will split the analysis into male and female. You see this? Male, female. And this is the marital status. All right. So that is split file. You can also achieve this by using explore just now. Analyze, explore, descriptive statistic, explore. Okay. By putting marital status here, sex here, you will also get the same thing. So it's up to you which method you prefer, which one is more efficient. Okay. Now, same as select cases, after you have finished, you must go back to split file, analyze all cases, do not create groups. Okay? Okay, and last one is a bit more confusing. So I will stop for a while and share the PowerPoint. Okay, the second last thing that I will look at is aggregate. Now, aggregate is slightly different. What aggregate do is we want to create from the existing data file that we have sex 12121212 like that, right? Age, okay? Smoking, number of cigarettes smoked. What I want to do is I want to find the summary of the age, how much cigarette they smoke according to sex, 1, 2, and 3. I can use aggregate to aggregate up the age, aggregate up how much how much cigarette they smoke for male, female, and when I run this, I use the error file, so I have the number 3 there. All right. So now I don't have the error file, so you won't get the 3 if we do it. Okay. Now to do aggregate, go back to SBSS. All right, this is my data file. I want to aggregate, so I go to data. Where is aggregate? This is aggregate here. All right. Aggregate. Click on aggregate. Now you want to break them by sex, right? So bring sex over here into the break. Right? Now we want a summary for which variable? We want a summary for age. And we want a summary for how much cigarette they smoke in a week. Okay? Basically now what I'm asking for is a summary of the age and the summary of, in this case, mean. Both of them are mean for the number of cigarettes smoked per week based on the sex. That means lelaki perempuan. What is the mean age for lelaki, mean age for perempuan? What is the mean number of cigarettes smoked by lelaki? What is the mean number of cigarettes per week smoked by perempuan? Okay. So then we click on this one, create a new data set. Okay. We don't want to put it into an active data set. It will confuse you afterward. So we create a new data set. Let's say we call this aggregated data. Right? So SBSS will create a new data file containing the summary for age and the summary for number of cigarettes smoked per week based on gender, male and female. And you click OK. So now you have a new data file. This is a new data file. See, you only have sex, mean age, mean number of cigarettes smoked per week by, you have to remember, sex 1 is male, sex 2 is female. So lelaki, the mean age is of our respondent is 38.95, and they smoke on average 19.38 cigarettes per week. For perempuan, the mean age in our sample here is 37.8, and the mean number of cigarettes smoked is 14.57. Right? So this is a new data file. So if you want, you have to click here and save it as a SAV. Right? So this is a separate data file created when we use the aggregate procedure in SBSS. Okay. Now we are coming to the end of our PowerPoint slide. So the last one is how to import data from Excel. Okay, if I open my Excel file. Okay. Let me stop first and find my Excel file. Excel file. Okay. Can you see this file? Let's say someone has entered the data in an SPSS data Excel file. Excel spreadsheet. Okay, so this is an Excel spreadsheet, ID number, sex, age, marital status, child, edu, source, smoke. If somebody, maybe they are more comfortable with Excel, they want to put the data as an Excel file. So just make sure that the first column, see the first column here is your, make sure that the first column in your Excel file is the variable name. Right? then it will make it easier for you to use SPSS to open the data file. Right, so I have this Excel file. I will now show you how to open it in SPSS. Okay. So I'm now back in SPSS. Now I want SPSS to open the Excel file that you saw just now. So I'll go to File, Import Data, Excel. Right? Some of you may be familiar with CSV text, right? SAS is another statistical software that is quite popular with medical faculty. Stata also quite popular with medical faculty, right? So SAS, Stata, SPSS are the three common statistical software package, right? So social sciences, usually we like SPSS. But other field, they may like SAS, SAS, or Stata. But the data file can be imported between the program, right? We'll forget about these two now. We'll just go to Excel. Click on Excel. Then you go to the correct directory. Choose your Excel file. Then click Open. This Excel file, I think I've also given in the e-lib there. You can find it. Just open it. All right. So it will show you, this is it, this is what it looked like. ID, this is the variable name. All right. The most important here is this here, you see? Variable name included at the top of your Excel file. Right? This is the most important sentence. Okay, what we want is this. And you have to make sure that your Excel file has this. The first row of your Excel file must be the variable name. If you have this, you click yes here, then it makes life very easy. SPSS can easily import your Excel file into SPSS. You just need to click OK. Right? And that's it. SPSS will import your data file from Excel into SPSS. But you have to do some cleaning up. It doesn't look very nice, certain part. You have to change the variable width and all that. Otherwise, the key data is inside there. You just have to adjust the width and all that. Okay, so basically that will cover our unit 1 and 2. But we still have time, and I want you to try some of the questions in the exercises. Okay, let's try some. Let's do another 1 hour. You try some questions in the date in the exercise file. I'll share the exercise. How to there's the PDF. Okay, basically this is our exercise. Now let's try. No, this is the survey. This is the exercise. All right. Okay, we have tried question 5. Okay. Now, question 6 onwards. Okay, question 6. All right, question 6, question 7. All right, let's say, let us try Okay, I give you, let's say, 10 minutes to try question 6 to question 12. All right, question 6 to question 12. This is about data entry, all right? This is second part of unit 1. All right, second part of unit 1 is question 6 to question 12. It's based on the second part of unit 1, which is basically cover how to enter data, right? Okay. Let's try first. I give you some time to try. Okay, let's try question 1. To define a new variable in SBSS, which view must you use? A, B, C, D. Anyone want to give it a try?
Data view.
Data view. Define variable. Oh, sorry. Define variable must be variable view. Okay? If we want to define a variable, we use variable view. Is that right? Okay. Oh, I think my answer is wrong. Huh? I put 6A, the answer is wrong. No, that is unit 2. We're at unit 1, sorry. Unit 1. See if I give you the correct answer. Right? Oh, I give you the wrong answer. Should not be 6A, huh? Make a correction, is 6C. To define a variable, we use variable view. Okay? Define variable should be variable view. right? To enter data, we use data view. So sorry, my answer in the PDF file is wrong. Okay, should be 6, should be C. Okay. Now, question 7. Anybody want to give it a try? In variable view, which column is used to specify a variable represent categories like male and female? Basically, what this question is saying is we want to do this. 1 equal to male, 2 equal to female, right? So,
Value.
in which of these can we do this? We want to put 1 is male, 2 is female, right? If you forget, you go and look at your SPSS again.
Is it B? Values.
Values, correct, right? It's values. Okay, if you forgot, never mind. You go and open your SPSS, you look at it, and then you will remember slowly. After a while, then you will remember it, huh? Now, number 7, we're done. Number 8. When manually entering data, each row in data view represent what? So you
Respondent.
remember SPSS, you have column and you have row. What does column refer to? What does row refer to? Right?
B.
A. You say A, is it?
B. Respondent.
B. Right. B, correct. Okay. So basically, refer to cases. So row 1, case number 1, row 2, case number 2, row 3, case number 3. Case here can also mean respondent lah. You punya respondent or you punya participant. Respondent number 1, respondent number 2, respondent number 3. The column represent your variables. So your column can be age, sex, marital status, education level macam tu. So the correct answer is B. Right? Wait, I double check my answer that I've given to you. Make sure it's correct. B, B, B. Okay. Only the question 6 is wrong, right? Now, question 9. You have entered a 999 to represent missing data for question item. Where would you instruct SPSS to treat this as missing? This one we will do because usually it's quite easy. SPSS will just detect a blank cell. Okay? SPSS will detect a blank cell as missing value. All right? By default, SPSS SPSS will think of blank cell. Blank cell means that means you don't enter anything. Usually, if you look at the SPSS screen, it will have a full stop there, dot there, a dot like that, right? So they will treat this as missing value. But sometimes you like to put a value to represent missing value. Sometimes instead of leaving it blank like that, you want to put 9999, some number that is extremely large, okay, and treat it as a missing value. So to do this, you think which column is the correct place to do it? Very
Missing
straightforward lah, missing lah. Alright, later on when you're free, you click on the missing column, and you can see that there is a way for you to put in 999 as a missing value. But by default, usually we don't need to do it. SPSS will assume a missing cell to be a missing value. Just like just now, I delete off one of the cell, and then I calculate the sum, correct? Okay. Next question is question 10. When you save your work in SBSS version 31, the primary file that stores your actual data is saved in which extension? So data file gets saved using what extension? SPV, SPS, SAV, SPO. Anyone want to try? SPV, SPS, SAV, SPO. Which one is the extension for a data file? Okay, if you don't want to speak, you just type also can. Which one do you think is the one? SAV, good. SAV. All right, just remember that SAV ni, if you are in a newer version, you save as .sav, the old version cannot read. Okay, so if you want the old version to read, you must save it at a lower version. Biasanya kita guna the version 7 one. Okay, SPV is your output file, right? Is the output file for new version of SPSS. SPO is also output file for old version of SPSS. So the correct answer is .sav. Question 11. After running an analysis in SPSS, such as a frequency table or a chart, you want to save output for later review. What extension would you use for this output file? By default, SPSS akan guna mana? Just now we already given the answer, right? SPV, SPV, right? New version lah, if old version .spo, Okay, now question 12 is a bit more complex one, the longer question. Imagine you have data entered and you realize you forgot to include a variable for participant gender. You need to insert this new variable between ID and age. How would you do it in SPSS? So katakan dalam SPSS data file, you sudah ada ID and age. Okay? Now you want to add in another variable called gender in between ID dengan age. So which of the A, B, C, D will give you the correct steps? Okay, this one we have tried just now, right? Try to remember. If not, just jump over to your SPSS and give it a try. A, B, C, D. If you forgot, you just go to your SBSS file and give it a try and then come back, see which one, A, B, C, D is the correct answer.
I think it's C, Prof.
See, let's see. In data view, click on ID, then edit insert variable. We want it to be between ID and age. So kalau you pilih C, you highlight ID, then you edit insert, it will insert dekat sini. Dia akan insert ke kiri. So the correct one is you must highlight dekat age, right click atau edit insert variable, then dia akan keluar dekat kiri. Right, so which one? Should be B, not C. It should be B. Right, you go and try on your SPSS. Right, dia macam ni. Kalau this is variable 1, this is variable 2, this is variable 3. Right? Kalau you highlight 2, then right click insert variable, dia akan keluar between 1 and 2 sini. So kalau saya nak between 2 and 3, saya kena highlight 3. Then right click insert variable, dia keluar dekat sini. Okay? So in this case, kalau saya nak dia between ID dengan age, I have to highlight age, right click insert variable, dia akan keluar dekat sini. Ke kiri, on the left of age. Right? So the answer should be B. Okay, I double check dulu I punya answer that I give you. Is it the same? Yes. All right. Okay. So those are some of the example on data entry punya, which is the second part of unit 1. Now let's see unit 2 pula, unit 2. Okay. Let's try some of the question. Let's say try question 13 to 16 dulu. Let's say give you some time, read through 13 to 16. Okay, let's try to go through question 13 to 16. Question 13. You have just finished entering a survey where age should be between 18 to 19. Kita tahu lah, kita punya variable age ni should be between 18 and 99. You run a frequency table for age variable. Output shows values of 18, 25, 34, 0, 42, and 112. What does this frequency table tell you? A, B, C, D. Mana satu jawapan dia? What does the frequency table tell us? We expect our age to be between 18 and 99. And when we run the frequency table, we have values of 18, 25, 34, 0, 42, and 112. Anybody want to try? A, B, C, D.
B.
B, correct. Okay. There are possible data entry errors at the entry level, which is 0 and 112, which is not possible lah, because kita expect our age to be between 18 and 99. Okay, so data screening, number 13. Okay, question 14. While reviewing a frequency table for the variable income level, coded 1 is low, 2 is medium, 3 is high, you see frequencies for 1, 2, 3, and also a frequency of 5 for a value of 4. Which step is helpful in finding and correcting this error? A, B, C, D. B, boleh. B boleh. Accepted, B accept. B boleh. Kita use select case. We select case if income level equal 4. So yang lain yang bukan 4 dia akan pangkah. Ingat? So yang tak pangkah is the one where the income level is 4. Okay. Ada lagi jawapan lain? Anybody else think there is another answer? Anyone else? Actually, I think D is also a possible answer. Kita sort, ingat tak? Kita sort by income level in descending order. So what will happen is that for this one, income level punya variable, okay? So dia akan ada 4, 5 kali, and then 3 like that, 2, and then 1, something like that lah. So from here we can also find where is our data entry problem. Okay, so I didn't check this question properly lah, right? So basically, if you tick B, it's also correct. I think if you tick D, it's also correct. Two answer lah, boleh ya? Dua answer ni pun boleh. I need to rectify this question a bit lah. I think there's two answer. I have to change one of the option lah. Okay. Question 15. Which of the following best describe the primary purpose of running a frequency table for all variables immediately after data entry? Okay, straightforward lah. Apakah tujuan kita run a frequency procedure after data entry? A, B, C, D. Anybody want to try? You can just put on the chat there. Anyone? A, B, C, D. Right. Why do we run a frequency table after data entry? All right. The answer is what? A, B, C, D. Right. The answer is C. Correct? Kita nak do a data cleaning or data screening to check for out of range value, impossible punya code. Or blank entry. Blank entries here means what? Blank entry basically means missing values, right? So we are worried lah if you have a lot of missing value. Kalau satu dua, okay. Kalau berpuluh-puluh missing value, then there must be something wrong. Either your statement is people cannot understand, or you did not key in properly, right? Question 16. You are shown this screen. I haven't shown you this, but you should be able to infer the answer from the screen. This is recoding, recoding, but a different way of recoding. You remember when we record, we just have old value and new value. Kita buat macam ni kan? Ingat tak? 1 change to 5. 2 change to 4, correct? Yang kita buat 3 change to 3. 4 change to 2. 5 change to 1. This is a variation of that one lah. Okay. This one is basically, I think we have a continuous variable. We want to make it into categories. So if you look at the screen, what does it say? Under the old value, it says range lowest through to value of 10. Okay, basically what it's saying is that we want to change those that is lowest value possible in your data set up to 10. We want to call this as a new category called 1. Okay, then maybe we can have range through to highest. That means maybe from 10 to highest. We want to call this as category 2 like that. Okay. So it's another way lah. This is our old value. Smallest value up to 10. Change to a new value of 1. 10 to the highest value in the old. Change to 2 in the new. Right. So it's just like this, but slightly different. This one is 1 to 5, 2 to 4, 3 to 3, 4 to 2, 5 to 1. This one is a range of value change to 1, a range of value change to 2. Right? So if according to this, which answer will fit this one? What do you think? A, B, C, D. Anyone want to try? Anyone want to try? So the answer basically is A lah. Change all value of 10 or less to a value of 1. Kita change If the O value is, let's say, 8, we will give him a code of 1. If the O value is 7, we will give him a code of 1. If the O value is 9, we will also give him a code of 1. So we change all value of 10 or less to the value of 1. Right? So it's a variation of what we have done, old and new, old and new. Huh? And this screen is the old, this is old version of SBSS. Huh? Okay, old version of SBSS. The new version, you remember there is a plus that you must click, right? So this is the old version I told you. You need to have old, new, add. The new version don't have the word add, right? There is a plus button. You click on plus, 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 right? Okay, now let's try question 18 to 20. Let's try question 18. The one that I didn't do, you can just try yourself later on. Huh? Let's say we try question 18 to question 20. Right, question 18. What is the primary difference between recode into same variable and decode into different variable? Right? You have to remember, recode into same variable is something that we don't recommend usually, because it will override your existing variable. So your existing variable punya value akan hilang. So usually we want you to use recode into different variable. So the original variable masih simpan, SPSS akan buat satu variable baru at the end sebelah kanan. So you have the original masih di sana, and then at the end of your data file di sebelah kanan, you have a new variable. So that is recode into different variable. So selamat, original ada, and a new one created. If you use recode into same variable, dia tak akan create variable baru. Dia akan overlap value dalam yang existing itu dengan the new value. So your original data hilang. Okay, so based on this understanding, the difference between recode into same variable dengan recode into different variable, which option A, B, C, D should be the answer? Someone just write the answer. What do you think it is? B. Okay, let's see what is B. Recode into same variable permanently override original data. Recode into different variable, create a new variable. Betul. So that's our answer for question 18. Question 19. A researcher wants to create a new variable total score by summing up the values of 5 existing variable. Dia nak sum. Sum means total, jumlah. So you ada, ini macam you punya Likert sticker tadi lah. OP1, OP2, OP3, OP5, OP6 macam tu. Kita nak jumlahkan dia. We want to sum them up. Which procedure should we use? A, B, C, D. Anyone want to just write out the answer? What do you think it is? A, B, C, D. B. B, mana B? Mana we are at question 19, right? B. Question 19, B, tak betul, B tak betul. Frequency, C betul, Syukri betul. C betul, compute. Frequency is just to give you the minimum, maximum untuk kita check dia punya screening saja, right? So if we want to come up with a total score of several statement, kita kena guna compute. The exact one will be, you go to transform, and then from transform you choose compute lah, the exact sequence, transform, compute. If you try it in SBSS, transform, compute variable. Now, question 20. Based on the setup in the screenshot below, what is the next step to successfully create a new variable called total score? Okay, let's say sambung from question 19 pergi question 20. So we know it's transform compute. So when you click transform compute, you will get this screenshot. So what is the next step? Okay, the next step will be you need to give a name to the target variable. Betul tak? Target variable, you kena bagi nama. For example, total score. That's an example lah. Then on the right hand side, you ada expression kan? So on the expression side, you need to do what? You need to say is equal, sudah dia bagi, so it will be Q1 plus Q2 plus Q3 plus Q4 plus Q5. Atau kita boleh guna sum Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, Q5. Okay, so there is two ways to sum. One is guna plus plus plus, another one is guna function sum. The only difference kita perlu ingat is kalau soalan tanya, kalau ada missing value in one of these cases, kalau guna plus dia tak akan calculate, dia beri kita missing value. Kalau kita guna function sum, kalau ada missing value, dia akan replace missing value dengan 0. And then dia sum for you. Itu saja beza dia. Okay, based on these steps, what is the answer? A, B, C, D. What? B. B. Betul. Okay, first step, kita type target variable, total score. Then kita pergi expression, kita either guna ini atau guna ini. Okay, very good. Okay, 21, 22, maybe I leave it to you. You can try. Kalau tak faham atau you rasa jawapan salah, you give me an email. All right, now I forgot. I don't know whether you get the email or not. Okay, you can email me at this one. If you've gone through the exercise and you don't agree with the answer or you don't understand the answer, you can give me an email here and I will look through. Okay? Otherwise, I want you to try a more difficult one, more challenging one. Question 23 dengan question 24. Okay? Okay, just give you the email here in case you miss it. I give you some time. I think it's a bit long, huh? This is the question. Ingat tak? Type measure. Ingat yang saya bincang tentang string, nominal. Okay, kalau saya guna yes, no macam tu. The same thing can become numerical, nominal. Kalau saya guna one and two pula. Okay. Kalau saya key in data as yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, then it becomes string nominal. Kalau saya isi data saya as 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 equal yes, 2 equal no, then it become numerical nominal. So type is either string or numerical. Measure can be nominal, ordinal, and in SBSS, you have scale. So scale ni is interval atau ratio. Okay, so you have to be careful lah, huh? And so a research assistant is preparing to enter raw survey data. See, I highlight raw there, raw, from a study into SPSS for analysis completed by 120 employees. So the variable is number one, employee ID. So employee ID ni saya bagi E1001, E1002, E1003. Okay, raw data means saya akan enter dia sebagai E1001, E1002, E1003. Department where the employee works recorded as HR, finance, IT, marketing. So raw data again. That means saya akan enter sebagai HR, IT, marketing, finance, HR. Saya akan type macam ini. Bukan nombor. Satisfaction score. And overall job satisfaction score calculated by averaging responses to 5 Likert scale. So saya sudah bukan individual Likert scale, tapi saya puratakan. I average 5 Likert scale. So I'll end up with something like 2.4, 3.7, 4.9. Years at company, the exact number of years the employer has been working at the company. Okay. So it can be 1.5, 3, okay, and so on. Then status, macam mana dia kerja. Remote, hybrid, on-site. Again, saya tak ada letak nombor. Saya akan letak remote, hybrid, atau on-site. So based on this, what would be the answer for A, B, C, D ni? Anyone want to give it a try? Anyone want to give it a try before I go through? This is a bit tougher lah, a bit tougher. Okay, just remember, I kata raw. Raw means I tak ubah apa-apa pun. Exactly the same. Right? Meaning to say, variable nombor 1, ID ni. Okay, ID. Nanti saya akan masuk sebagai E001, E002, E003 macam tu. So in this case, my ID will be what? E001, E002, E003. So it is not a number, it is a string. Okay? Okay. Then, but the number no meaning lah, so it will be nominal. Okay? Dia tak ada erti punya, right? Nominal. String usually nominal. Now, department. Department ini, so department, I will enter as HR, IT, finance, macam tu. So is this number again? Again, this is not a number, so this will be string. And again, even if it is a number, it has no meaning. No meaning. No. Now, fast satisfaction. Satisfaction, kalau based on one Likert scale, then they're ordinal. It's a number and it will be ordinal. But here, I average 5 of the items, 5 of the statement. So remember, every time you average or sum Likert scale, automatically dia akan jadi interval. And then, because it's number, this will be numerical or numeric. Okay. Years at company, of course, is numeric. It's number. Okay. Oh, it's interval. Okay. But interval in SBSS, interval is also called scale, right? Number of years in a company, dia adalah ratio. Sebab 0 means 0 years in the company, correct? But anyway, tak apa, in SBSS, it is also scale. Okay, now lastly, status. So I will enter as remote, hybrid, remote, macam tu. So, the type will be string. The measure will be nominal. So, based on this, the correct answer will be which one? String nominal, numeric scale, string nominal. So our answer will be A. Right? Okay. So it's good to practice this question lah, because basically I think your mid-sem punya MCQ, your final exam MCQ will be more or less this type of question lah. So let's try one more question. Question 24. Okay, question 24. It's a bit long, huh? The question. So a HR analyst is preparing data on employee perception of supervisory coaching. The survey includes 3 items: supervisory feedback quality, with 1 equal to strongly disagree, 5 equal to strongly agree. So you have 3 items. They create a new variable called total, feedback total, by summing up these 3 items. But after summing up this item for reporting purposes, he only want to have 3 categories: low feedback quality, medium feedback quality, and high feedback quality. Right? Low will be score of 3 to 7. Medium will be total score of 8 to 11. And high feedback quality will be 12 to 15. So he need to create a new variable called feedback level and preserve the original feedback total variable. In SBSS, hilang pula. In SBSS, he will go to transform, recode into different variable. Okay. And what are the steps that he need to do? Okay. So basically what he wants is, okay, or the originally you have item 1, item 2, item 3. Each of them will have 1 to 1 strongly disagree, up to 5 strongly agree. So kalau dia jumlahkan dia kepada feedback total, so feedback total will have a possible score of 3 to 15. You know how this come about? So kalau responden answer 1111, so dia akan jadi 3. Kalau responden tik 5555, so dia akan jadi 15 bila kita campurkan, total them up. So in between, kalau 1, 2, 5, so dia jadi 7. Kalau 1, 5, 5, dia jadi 11 macam tu. Okay. But then, dia nak tukar jadi 3 kategori saja. So you want the feedback total now to become 3 categories. Right, 3 categories, which is low, kalau score dia is 3 to 7. Medium, kalau score dia is 8 to 11. High, kalau score dia is 12 to 15. Okay. So, which of A, B, C, D is the correct steps? No? It's correct sequence. Anybody want to give a guess? Right. A bit tough lah, this question. Panjang sikit cerita dia. Basically, the answer I think is let's have a look. Okay, we will go through the choices now, huh? Okay. Okay, tell you the correct answer is A. Okay, why A? Let's see, we go through the answer. Why is the correct answer A? The correct answer is A. Okay, now the correct answer is A because you will move the total feedback into the input-output box. Okay, remember your transform recode itu. First, you need to move this here. Okay, next, you have to give a name to the new variable. So this is your feedback level. If you are free, later on, you go back and check your SBSS. You have the old and the new, right? So the old here will be feedback total. The new will be feedback level. Okay? Move this here, type this here. You must click change. Alright? Click change. So sini ada, dia sudah buat ini up to here is click change. After you click change, you have to click all and new. Ingat tak? All and new values. Okay, then another box will come out, I think. So the normal one yang kita buat will be 1 in the new, 5 in the old, like that, right? But in this case, it's a range. So we will say 3 to 7 turn into 1. 8 to 11 become 2. 12 to 15 become 3. And ingat, every time you must click the add. Then we click continue, OK. So a new variable will then come out at the end here. Feedback level. So it will be just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, like that. Okay. Now, SPSS now doesn't know what is 1, what is 2, what is 3. So the correct procedure then will be the next step is you kena remember the values. Ingat tak values here? There is a under the variable view, there is a value. Here we have to go and click again. 1 equal to low feedback quality. 2 equal to medium feedback quality. And 3 equal to high feedback quality. So A gives us the complete. A gives us the complete step. Now, if you look at C, C is the same as A, but dia stop di sini, dia tak pergi ke value untuk define what is 1, what is 2, and what is 3. So C kita kata tak lengkap. Bukan salah, tapi belum lengkap. Belum lengkap. It is missing this one. Go to value and define this. Okay. Now B, I think B is wrong. B is wrong. And the reason is what? B is wrong. Let's see. B. Why is B wrong? Feedback total, feedback, click change. This is still the same. Okay. B is wrong because dekat old value and new value ni, kita tak boleh kata low, medium, and high. Sebab in new value ini, dia can only accept number. So here have to be 1, 2, and 3. Bukan low, medium, and high. So that's why B is wrong. B is wrong because of here. Okay, old value, new value. Dia kata new value equal low, tak boleh. New value must be a number. So new value must be equal to 1, not low. Low, medium, and high, you have to define under values after you have created the variable. And D is also wrong. Why is D wrong? D is wrong because after you have feedback total, feedback level, dia lupa buat satu benda sini. Which is, after you have type in the, bring in the old variable name and type in the new variable name, you must click on change. Dia lupa click on change. So D is wrong. Okay? So this this later question are more challenging lah, huh? More challenging. So 24, 25, 26 are more challenging, but you can try and then look at the answer. If you cannot understand the answer, then you can text me, email me, and then we can discuss some more lah. So I think that will cover our lecture for today, Unit 1, Unit 2. So you must get the PowerPoint, have a look, install SBSS, get the data file, try to follow them, all the steps, and then to test your understanding also for the mid-sem and final exam, you can try the exercises. Try the SBSS, follow the steps in the PowerPoint. That will help you for your assignment 1 and assignment 2. You need to know how to create the variable, enter the data, then do data cleaning. Then you can also need to do recording, computing. Okay? So doing the SPSS is to help you with the assignment and also your research project. Doing the exercises is to help you with your mid-sem and your final exam. Okay, so your mid-sem will be MCQ. Your final exam will have MCQ and some structured question. Okay, so hopefully this will help you with your assignment, the exam, and also your project later on. Any question? Any question? Otherwise, I think
Professor?
we will. Yes.
Can we get a new copy of these questions with the correct answers?
Okay, I will go through again. Give me 1 or 2 days. I will go through the question again, double check that the answer is correct. If there is any changes, then I will pass it to Dr. Fatiha to upload it again. Is that all right?
Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you.
Give me 2 days, 1 or 2 days to go through the question again. Is that all right? Okay. Anything else?
Professor, I'm very, very sorry.
Yes, yes, Jerry.
The electricity is breakdown from.
Okay.
I'm just resume back the.
Okay. Well, we are already at the end, but I think there is a recording. There's a recording of the lecture. Okay, I think you can ask Dr. Fatiha later how to access the recording of this lecture. Okay, Shukri, I think Shukri is Shukri or Dr. Fatiha have recorded this session. Right, so later on you can look at the recording and try it again. Is that all right? Okay. Thank you, Jerry.
Okay, sure.
Huh? Any other question? All right. Otherwise, we will end the session here lah. Huh? It's almost 5 there also, right? Okay, it's 4:45 now. Okay. We will end here if there is no other question. Okay, thank you everyone, and see you again for the next final lecture on Unit 10.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.